Ladies and gents, welcome to week number 6 of the EGL Open Series. My name is Tun, and this week joined by Fru, and very excited to be past the halfway point, Fru, where we've seen some fantastic competition over the last 5 weeks, hoping to continue it with week number 6. But how are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing well. A good Valentine's Day to you all and to you, Chris, as well. I think you're right. Halfway point. We've had some fantastic weeks, some fantastic games, and looking forward to more as always.
That's why the background's in red. I thought myself, Gears of War very red, but Valentine's Day as well. So sort of an accidental win, if you like. But nonetheless, as Fru said, a very happy Valentine's Day to everybody who's hanging out with us. If you're here, well, I mean, what does that say? But at this point, let's have a look at how the games have went until this point. Of course, we only cover from the quarterfinals onwards. We were speaking about this before here, Fru, and just to point out that Team 24 is actually Black Hawk, down from the previous weeks, of course. We were just talking about this beforehand, though, but one result in particular surprised you in one of the first rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that on the left-hand side there, you can see ODC champs losing to the Teletubbies. It's a bit of an interesting one to me. 5-0 as well, reported score. Teletubbies, not necessarily a team I would have thought would go through, but I think we're just getting some information that was a no-show, so that would explain a lot of it. So yeah, no, business as usual as always. Looking through the rest of them, Savage Camping going through against Toby's pickup. I mean, that was pretty straightforward for them. I saw that on stream. We got to call out Darko as well. He lost 5-0, so it's business as usual for the casters, getting sweeps, and business as usual for the players going through to the next round. Pretty much all the same teams as usual.
Very, very nice for them to join in the fun, of course. I mean, to be fair, we were talking about it there before, and I didn't actually catch it, but you said Toby left before anybody could see what his stats were towards the end of the game, so that's an
They could have
interesting
been
take from him.
4v3 for all I know. Never saw Toby.
Let's have a look at the bracket anyway to see how things are going down. Of course, the usual suspects outside of the Teletubbies who are in up against Black Hawk Down, as mentioned, are now Team 24. HPJC against Savage Camping on the other side of things. That's how we're going to kick things off, but that set yourself up more than likely for a semi-final with Team 24. The other side of things, though, Maradona, they're looking like they're likely to go through, but 3 times right against Snail and Slugman. Sorry, I do believe that is the game we're going to be covering, and that should be an interesting one to kick things off. But we will keep a small eye on HPJC against Savage Camping because that should be a close one. But I do believe this game is actually ready to go between 3 times right against Snail and Slugman already. Maps will be Asylum District and Foundation coming up, but it should be an interesting one through. Of course, 3 times riding. That's in the 3rd seed. Just the consistency from them has found themselves in a nice little spot to get into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a really good team right throughout the whole challenge things. They've been the team that to beat outside of the top 4. So not surprised that they've taken that 3rd seed. Surprised that they're in this quarterfinal and pushing up against trying to get grand final spot once again. It's a strong team, definitely so. But they're up against a very strong team on the other side. You can see Zool here and Para linking up with Breaker and Sarkster. So this Snailboy and Slugman team, they will be a strong opponent for 3 times Rowdy, and I'm very interested to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see Breaker and Saki obviously teaming up as the week goes on with different people and see if any of these things do actually start to work out for them. It's one of those that where you're getting towards the latter stages of the tournament, and you want to try and get yourself a decent enough roster for the finals when they do come. But right now, it's not looking so good as 3 times Rowdy find a few down thanks to Vision finding Sue in the middle. Power momentarily the only one who can stop this domination. He should be able to get in there and should be able to stop it, but is momentarily dropped and will be killed as well. Zool is going to find his way in though as Vision and Co just continue on to try and clean this one up. Domination picking in 3, 2, and 1. Breaker may well get there. He does. He only prolongs the inevitable. 1-0 to 3 times Rowdy. Very convincing round number 1.
Yeah, very convincing indeed. Pretty straightforward for them, to be honest with you. That track fight down at the opening, really straightforward. Some nice kills coming through. Super aggressive from 3 times Rowdy as well. And look who's on the other team. It's a player that Snailboy and Slugman will know very well. Warrior Guns leading the charge up in that 1st place spot.
So typical spots coming in here. Ball tucks either side. Nothing too crazy. Fru, if any of the casters could be your Valentine, who would you pick?
Oh, you put me on the spot right now. It's got to be Elliot.
You don't have to say it. I was going to say, you don't have to say it.
you, because you're consistent, He's so flaky. So.
is that what you're looking for in a woman? Consistency?
Well, I don't know. Elliot brings that excitement to my life sometimes. So.
Oh, well, yes, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't, it's a bit of a difficult one, isn't it?
It's maybe a difficult question in fairness, but 3 times Rowdy once again. This fight down low really going in their favour. Vision is the one to find a couple once again, and he's really lighting up Asylum at this moment in time. Breaker, Saki, the duo kind of pinned in a little bit over towards the bridge side. Saki very, very weak, then going to be forced back towards C. We're finding this kill. Vision, to be honest with you, isn't going to be able to do it before Saki is actually dropped on the other side of things. Vision here now. The rest of the team trying to close this one out. Zula's going to find one kill though, but there's the rest of 3 times Rowdy to potentially clean this one up. Being forced away. Para will find a kill. And it will be pushed out now. Well played by Snail Boy and Slugman. They hold on, but 3 times Rowdy with that win condition. And with that 2 cap available.
Yeah, nice combine there. Para and Zul. Not 2 players that we see often on the same roster as of recent, at least. And it's interesting to see Zul kind of making his way onto this roster. Obviously, former Chomp Chomp. I thought that roster was really quite good, and I'm surprised to see Zul kind of moving away from that, even if just for a week. But as you said, players trying to find the best possible place for them right ahead of the kind of end of season tournament. And right now, even with these 3, it seems to be a strong roster on paper, but you know, practice right now, 3 times Rowdy really having their way with them.
Yep. Seems that way, nonetheless. 2 cap in. Push over towards the bridge has come through. It's only 1 player on that. Saki should really be dead. There's a couple of players from 3 times Rowdy now collapsing. Saki could even find anything there. That would have been a bonus, but nonetheless, it is going to be A going over. But that's allowed Snailboy and Slugman to push over towards B. 3 men over here now, but I can imagine the overextension is going to come in from 3 times Rowdy as well. But the fight could be won by Snailboy and Slugman on the middle of the map. It's going to be Breaker to find the second there as well. They'll lock in B, losing C. Really, you would prefer to be Snailboy and Slugman in this position. 3 times Rowdy may well have the lead and do have cover over towards C as well. But the important one is B, and that's to be said. As C now goes back over to Snailboy and Slugman, and as does the win condition. Oof.
I like that from Warrior Guns. Nice little double kill there, just to put some more pressure here. Snailboy and Slugman as their home hill is going to get taken out from underneath them, and Ricardo with a couple of kills there, up from Vision. Swarm domination coming through, and that was a nicely played round by 3 times Rowdy. They let Snailboy and Slugman perhaps step a little bit too far forward onto that B track side. And whilst they were doing that, they managed to find that 2v1 on Saki on the home hill. That opened up a really nice push across the top for them, and they were just dragging Snailboy and Slugman across. You know, they thought they had a little bit of control on that tracks area, but actually it was all set up by 3 times Rowdy. They waited, and they took their opportunity as soon as they could find that 2v1.
Yep, easily done. In the end, maybe took a little bit more than expected, but in the end it was all 3 times Rowdy throughout that round. Snailboy and Slugman yet to get to the races here. I said we have District and Foundation coming up after this, but Asylum maybe not being their friend right now. You would expect it's a map that they could potentially do stuff on, because, I mean, you look at what Saki's usually able to do with the overextending, etc. That's kind of what their win condition lay in the last round, when they got things going with that overextension. But fight over towards B at the beginning of the game is still important. Para has to back on down as the rest of his team are here to try and help him out, to try and get on the board. Breaker will find the first kill, though, as 3 times Rowdy now pin back just a little bit, but still get a hold of B. Ricardo's going to go down, but the fight's going to continue nonetheless, and the Steaks follows him too. Vision all of a sudden is left all alone against 2. If he can find even anything here, this will be a bonus for him, but Para and Code just taking their time, and rightly so. Zula's going to go down, but they will get a hold of B. They collapse on him together now. Vision should be dead momentarily. Well played by Snailboy and Slugman. Just a very, very patient play in and around B. They've made the push over towards C. In the meantime as well, the kill's starting to come through, and this is going to be the first round here for Snailboy and Slugman 2-1. Very well executed there through. I like that one from them. Good patience towards B, and yeah, makes it over towards C.
They had held out a little bit more on the track side as well. We saw Para being a little bit more careful there, and even though they got pushed upon very, very quickly, there was some nice defensive play. And yeah, Breaker finding that opening kill always helps. When you're kind of IGL, your captain, you're one of your most experienced players is coming through and getting those early frags. That's exactly what you want. Retro's going down now will help in the kind of supporting fire, and also that kind of close-up skirmish as well. It's super powerful, and definitely expect to see that retro utilized here and there.
Into round number 4. See if Snail and Slugman can continue this going. Vision actually just going to roll completely out of the way there. So which way is this fight going to go? A little bit of a different dynamic for Snail and Slugman, but Vision ultimately getting the better of them with his teammates over towards the B side. Saki chasing this kill down low. Who's this playing his life well? The Steak's still very, very weak, and Saki has probably done quite well to get a hold of that one, but he is going to get pinned in, and while he hasn't really found a great deal for it, Ricardo will find the shots. Saki obviously not able to be downed once more, but Zul is able to answer back himself, but still A and B in the favor of 3 times Rowdy. They lose a couple of kills in the middle, but nonetheless in control.
Yeah, full control. I mean, Ricardo here just sat kind of hovering around the sign area, is in a really good position, really. Just put some damage down. Snailboy and Slugman, and this is the trouble that they're going to have, the COG team now pushing up. They're just constantly taking damage, constantly getting peppered, and you can see on the minimap there's 3 members of 3 times Rowdy here. They're going to push forward, try and make a play on this damage here, but a couple of downs coming through. This is not a bad turnaround for Snailboy and Slugman, actually, and if Zul can get this kill, this will be huge, actually. Ricardo can't find that cleanup, and Zul gets a double kill. Breaker's there in support. The B-Hill's going to go the way of Snailboy and Slugman, and actually, it might be the domination as well as we go over towards the spawn. Vision, the last man alive, 3 times Rowdy, will get a touch. Can he get the kill, though? Can he get the decap? That's the question. Saki cannot do anything about it. He's going to lose his life, and I think that might have been an overextend there. A little bit too long. Snailboy and Slugman, as soon as that touch came through, I would have liked to have seen them drop back into that 2-hill setup, and now advantage here to the Swarm side. As you can see the push coming through, Chris. C-Hill will be under the Swarm control.
Yep, they've done well, and for all that the domination was ticking, that lead has kept them, well, in the lead still. Saki and Co have to make this push through. C now being decapped. Vision and Co could do with winning this gunfight, though. Saki's going to be the first to go. 3 of them here. C's captured very, very quickly. They're forcing Para away. But honestly, the rotation over towards B seems like the more likely scenario that's going to win you the round. But Zul is here to try and stop it happening for Snailboy. And Slugman, good movement, good kill. Nonetheless, he will go down. B going to be locked in. Anybody in and around C looks that way. Snailboy and Slugman will hold on here. And it has been turned around 3 times Rowdy with only 50 points left to go in a good win condition here. 20 seconds or so. Standing over towards A. Where's the movement here from 3 times Rowdy? All coming off the respawn. Have to do something. They do have the lead though, so the decap is fine for them, but Breaker finds a kill. Has to back on down. Now going to be traded inside of A as well. Really good play coming out of Snailboy and Slugman, but it's still a win condition for the Swarm side. 20 seconds here for it.
20 seconds indeed. You can see the push coming through from Breaker, but Steaks, he's hovering, he's holding. He's got the drop here on Breaker as the damage is going to go down. 10 seconds left on the clock. Breaker really needs to find this kill. He's not going to be able to find it though. Steaks will come up with that big kill, and the train's going to come through to seal the deal here. 3 times Rowdy. No one can get to that B hill, and good defense coming through from the Swarm side.
Snatching that round from the jaws of defeat. Really considering how close that domination was to ticking in. Vision's just about quick enough to get there. 3-1. And stuff from them, and I mean, that's just the thing though, isn't it? It's if that domination doesn't lock in, you lose a kill or so, and now you're on the back foot. You have to take your time and make sure you are finding yourselves in the right positions after 4 men are coming up off respawn very, very quickly, and it doesn't pay off in the end. That push that did come on through, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit of an overstay. Snailboy and Slugman though 3-1 down here as the half does come on up. Sometimes Rowdy 3-1. I'm feeling good about this first half so far. Moving into the second, can they continue it? Zul somehow dropping Ricardo so quickly here, but the flashes and stuns coming on through. There's going to actually be a shock there that's going to drop Vision, who will be picked up as well. So let's fight over towards the top side. Going to be won by Snailboy and Slugman. And be happy enough with that. They will take E. Nothing that we do get into the second half where things do change round to D, E, and F. These rounds get drawn out just that little bit longer. So Snailboy and Slugman happy to take that initial lead.
Yeah, definitely so. Some good shots from Zul. I do like how he plays this up top area. Always impressed me in this fight. And you know what? To be honest, it's probably a good time for them to switch up and take this E-Hill fight now, because the tracks just wasn't working out for them. Zul coming in with another kill, another down, and this is exactly what this guy does up top every single time I see him on Asylum. Really consistent player, especially up on that bridge side. Now you can see the overextension coming through. Come around. Decap's going to come through. Domination ticking. Vision will get the touch. See now Zul in a little bit of a bad spot here. He's going to get taken down.
He is going to get taken down, but the rest of the team here to continue this pressure. I think the thing is here as well is that Snailboy and Snowman, they're probably doing the right thing this time. Backing on down. Not able to quite get as much as they would have liked out of that one, but they back down. They still have E-Breaker trying to survive. The roll may just catch him out as Visions then gets aggressive. Zul is maybe next on the chopping block here as well. Vision, oh, he has his teammate there and he still goes down. Zul just playing his life so well here. Power and Code now back in off the respawn. Ricardo very weak, as is Nastix, who is dropped. And Ricardo left all alone momentarily. He will be dropped as well, and that's the kill's going to come on through. 3 times right. He did get a little bit of time on a 2 cap, but I'd imagine that is going to drop in a second. Is E now going to go over towards Snailboy and Slugman, looking for F as well. The overextension coming in here from Saki. Well played by him. The domination is starting to tick in. 3 times Rowdy should be able to get there, but Rowdy just about keeping themselves in this game. He's going to die at the train, but I don't think it's going to make a great deal of difference to this round through. Snailboy and Slugman looking to half this deficit. Be locked in as well. Domination is probably going to seal it. Not quite. Morrigan's does get there, but doesn't matter. In the round 3-2 nonetheless. Snailboy and Slugman very much here to play now.
Definitely so. It was a much better round. First round of the second half. Bit of a change of scenery in terms of that opening fight, and I wouldn't be surprised now if we see Snailboy and Slugman kind of double down up on this top fight here. We'll see what the weapon picks are. You can see the upgrade's going to come through on the side of Snailboy and Slugman. Retro going through. Looks like they're building towards that incendiary as usual, and I think we're going to see something matched on the side of 3 times Rowdy. No need to really change it up too drastically for them. They're in the lead right now. They've still got a couple of rounds to play with. We're going to go again, and we're going to try and fight up top once more.
No drop shot or anything up here yet. Nothing to play around as we go over towards the point. 3 times Rowdy, they're going to be back down here by these shot grenades who... I mean, it's been much better from Snailboy and Sunman. Just that little bit of utility to begin the round. They seem to be in the better position for it. They haven't been able to find anything this time round, of course. And try and force 3 times Rowdy away after they've been the ones to capture E first. Looking towards the train tracks. There's an aggressive push coming in on one player, and that is no doubt Saki, is it? Saki Breaker making the push there for his team, but here we go from Parrot. Trying to get the break. Is going to find the kill. Nicely done by him. E being decapped, and this is Snailboy and Slugman trying to get around on the board here. Parrot wisely chooses to back on down, but 3 times Rowdy only have one little piece of hope to stay in this round, and that's getting a hold of E. Not going to happen. Nobody over towards D either, and that just seems like a little bit of a sloppy round from 3 times Rowdy.
Yeah, sloppy, but, good plays as well on the side of Snailboy and Slugman. You saw their power at the end. Could have quite easily tried to fight that 1v1 for the early domination, but, he had the heads up, waited for his teammate Saki coming round, and a 2v1 secured the deal up at that E-Hill, and that's exactly what I like to see from a team like Snailboy and Slugman. They're using their comms, they're making plays, they're not getting, caught up in the moment like a lot of the kind of more junior teams would do. They'd happily try and fight that. No, Para backs out, waits for his teammate, easy kill, easy domination. In the end, easy round.
Great piece between these two. As he said, easy round. Well played by Snailboy and Slugman to keep themselves in a good spot here. But 3 times Rowdy need to fight back. We're 3-1 up, and they've been bleeding round since. Zul going to go down in the doorway, though, and the rest of the team aren't really there to pick him up. Should be dropped momentarily. Vision will get there and clean this one up, and this time around again, 3 times Rowdy will seemingly get the advantage at the beginning. Breaker going to put the pressure on where he can, but Ricardo and Co fighting back here as well. Para and Breaker having to back on down. Breaker should be dead, and is so. Domination starting to tick in as a fight to one over on that side of the map from 3 times Rowdy, and they will lock it in. Just takes one good gunfight over towards that lingering home hill, and all of a sudden, you're on match point. 4-3 now. Map point, I should say, for 3 times Rowdy.
Yep. That's it. Must remember, we're on to the best of 3s now. Quarterfinals. These
Correct.
guys, they've done it a lot before, right? They know how to play the best of 3, and even Snailboy and Slugman, even if they lose this round, they've got 2 more maps to try and bring this one back through, and, you know what? They've got some good maps coming up as well. District and Foundation, those next two in the in the series. So potentially a full 3 maps here. Actually, this is really quite a close game.
Come on, my lance is hungry.
Back into things now. Snailboy and Slugman looking to answer back with 2 more rounds in a row to themselves. Obviously, in this map specifically, Rowdy now trying to lock this one in. It's a trade of kills with the incense coming on through, but once again, 3 times Rowdy just being maybe a little bit more aggressive with their positioning on this side of things. It's a little bit easier on the push, but here comes the trade as Warrior Guns actually comes in and finds one at the Para after he dropped one of his teammates, and now 3 times Rowdy. Locked in E here, but expect the push to come through from Snailboy and Slugman. Breaker and Co trying to get aggressive as well, and the Steaks is down, and that might just be the catalyst for them to be able to push and continue pushing as well. Snailboy and Slugman continuing to be aggressive. Warrior Guns is pretty much all but dead here. You'll do very well to get away. He does so. Snailboy and Slugman, though, will get a hold of E. Couple of downs coming through. 3 times Rowdy. Just keep on pushing, and that's just good Lancer play from them. You have to back down it if you're Snailboy and Slugman here.
I'd say I think this rotation from Power is a good choice here, just to come through and stop the bleed on points. But up there on that top fight, I think Snailboy and Slugman, I think they were just a little bit too reserved there. They had a couple of downs and they opted to play for that objective control, that ring control. But what that meant is, you know, the players coming off the spawn for 3 times Rowdy to back up that 3v3 fight. They had those flashbangs ready to go. They were able to push through, and I think the more secure option there would have been to try and clean up one of those kills first and then fight the 4v3 afterwards for the hill. But either way, another good retake coming through from Snailboy and Slugman. They are getting flanked though by Vision. They should be able to turn. There was shots onto Vision, so he shouldn't have been catching anyone by surprise. And in the end, they do clean him up right about now. Quickly does it. Warrior Guns falls as well. Zool on the home hill, looking to tie this up at 4 apiece now. Got a little bit of support. Para gets a nice down. Zool will fall though. Headshot coming through from Para. Can he get a 3rd kill on this offensive play? You can indeed, and looking for his quad right now will help to get the down. Sox is going to clean it up. That is going to be 4 apiece as we go into that round 9 situation.
Round number 9 again. We've had plenty of them over the past few weeks. More so maybe towards the latter stages of the competition, but either way, here in the quarterfinals, kicking things off with a bang. Surely it's going to be dropped. Has there been any blocks come through yet?
Haven't seen anything just yet, unless it was in that last round. Too busy talking about offensive plays, defensive plays. Marks are going to go down into that central area. That's an interesting one now. If someone decides to go into that little cave area, that little jump over and gets that Marks, they can back up and they can see the pickup. They can find the headshot, and it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams play. It looks like we're going to get a 3-1 split from both sides. The sentries are going to get rotated round. Zool will find that opening kill. Very, very nice indeed. Shot grenade is going to go through and will down Zool. Zool has that drop shot out as well, so this cleanup comes through. Drop will still be available. Incendiaries over the top coming through. No one's connecting just yet. Vision in a tough spot. Zool will get picked up. Drop shot will be escorted out of here. Para loses his head though, and this is an interesting fight back and forth. Para with that drop shot, looking to line up a shot, but in the end decides it's going to be worthwhile. And Warrior Guns, where is he with this Marks up? Well, he's in a pretty terrible spot, to be honest. Defense.
Yeah, there's not much you can hit, is there, really?
he can hit the head there of Sarkstra on the left, but the push has got to be really aggressive from 3 times Rowdy. And against that drop shot, it's just so difficult to pull off. I honestly think that Marks would have been best placed taking it round to the spawn rooms ahead of Zool here and maybe trying to pick a headshot off from long range, but here we go again. Second drop shot actived up. We'll go through. We'll get the kill. We'll get down as well. And Steaks, is he going to get cleaned up? I'm not too sure.
Well played by Snailboy and Slugman, though. Very much a comeback in this game. They were 3-1 down. Potentially looking good for something there, but that's actually 2 kills going to come through from Ricardo. So Snailboy and Slugman really can't continue this push, but the lead is pretty solid. 60 points or so the difference so far. 3 times Rowdy really need to get things going very, very quickly. Still waiting for the push to come through. Does have the right hand cover advantage as well. There's 1, there's 2. Pickups coming on through, but Zool just going massive for his team. It's phenomenal movement to stay alive, but he will go down. Vision is there to find the kill, but you need to see a big play out of 3 times Rowdy if they want to win this map. It's looking less and less likely as time goes on. Snailboy and Slugman, they're getting to lose here.
Definitely so. New drop shot about to come up as well. Eyes on that one for Snailboy and Slugman as Para. We'll just back off. We'll try and play the points. Incendiaries be the last real hope here for 3 times Rowdy. Incendiaries and shot grenades ready though. Snailboy and Slugman, just 10 seconds left on the clock. Great shot grenade coming through there by the COG side. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Pretty much all she wrote. There is no one at the D hill. The E hill is all in the side of the COG's control. Here's Zool just to cap it all off. Snailboy and Slugman, Chris, they're going to take this and flip it on its head. 5-4. They'll go 1-0 up in the series.
Very, very good turnaround there, all things considered. Snailboy and Slugman, it wasn't really looking great for them in that first half, but things change up. We move over to ED&F, and all of a sudden they spring to life. So 5-4 to them in map number 1. We got District and Foundation coming up next. And this really could actually go all the way. Very, very close between these 2 teams, it seems so far. And I'm interested to see if something different could be brought out by 3 times Rowdy after what looked an impressive start. I mean, just sort of folded into nothing. It just seemed as if that fight over towards E never won in their favour at all. And it's surprising, considering you look at the members they've got on that team, you would expect these aggressive fights to maybe come out in their favour. But I think Zool did a really, really good job up top E, and I don't want to say he's the reason they win it, but a good amount of kills coming in there from him and good amount of damage from just doing a very, very good job. So they are going to lock in map number 1, but a good comeback there through 3-1 down at one point. So I think, you can give them props, but you've got to maybe ask questions of 3 times Rowdy as well.
Yeah, you have got to ask questions. That second half was pretty abysmal, to be honest, from them. Yeah, they didn't look great. But on the other side, as I said, Zool up in that top bridge. I've seen him play there so many times, and he's really good at it every time I've seen him play. So not surprised he's doing well. And actually, across the whole team, you got to look at the scoreboard at the end of that. Everyone on the side of Snailboy and Slugman, 20+ assists. Not kills and assists, just assists. They were all just shooting for each other. And it's so easy when you've got a team that are, putting damage in from wherever they are on the map and helping you out. And, you've got 80 assists as a team. Like, how do you beat that? It was just, that's a really good, solid team play, solid team comeback from them. And, they deserve that win for sure.
Yep, very much highlighting the Lancer player coming in from them. And just, I mean, look, how much is E about that when it comes down to Asylum? It's very much about the team fights and those Lancers, making sure you're in for the same people, etc., etc. It's one of those things where it's a very, very important trait to have on your team, especially on Asylum, and they come out on top because of that as well. But heading over towards District, yes, you would definitely like to see maybe 3 times Rowdy be able to close it out a little bit more if they were in that lead once again, but nonetheless, Snailboy and Slugman looking very, very good. I was impressed by Zolda. I think, a couple of standout moments from him. Vision started off very, very well, but maybe just didn't close in the way that he would have liked. But you have to maybe think back to one of the other rounds that it did actually come through from 3 times Rowdy. Was actually Snailboy and Slugman when they were just about to lock that domination in. Vision's got there with 1 second. So I suppose you could not necessarily put a luck on their side there, but very, very close to winning another round to make that look maybe a little bit more comfortable than 5-4, of course. But nonetheless, they will get themselves on the board here first on this Valentine's Day Open Series day. I mean, it's we actually had to do Valentine's Day last night. I know she wasn't too displeased about it. Actually, I managed to make us a little steak and stuff like that. So we don't mess around here. I made sure I did it correctly. Yeah, it was nice, mate. It was nice. But,
I'm glad. I'm glad for you.
No, thanks. for all you committing to the Gears grind though tonight, then thank you for joining us, of course. For all you who are doing it and your missus is downstairs or just sitting next to you whilst you got your laptop and you're watching, or if you're sitting there on your setup and playing next to her or whatever, then you're a brave man, to be honest with you, because if I did that, well, I kind of am, but at the same time, I did that last night, but yeah, she wouldn't have been too pleased if I was doing it both nights, to be honest with you. So you gotta pay your dues, you gotta pay your dues. I feel like I'm just waffling now at this point. What's the comeback here for 3 times Rowdy? What are they going to do better on this map?
Well, going forward, District next, right? I think what they've got to be really aware of is District's another map where you can get shot from anywhere, right? There's a lot of opportunities for team play. There's a lot of opportunities for fights that are happening across the map to influence the others. And we saw how many assists, Snailboy and Slugman got that last game. You've got to cut that out. You can't let them just free shoot, the other fights that are going on around the map. So how I would do that, I would try and split this map. I would try and get something going on down at the bandstand area. I would try and get something going on at the cinema and really try and bring that fight into those 2v2s. We've got a dog. we've got an interesting map. We've got an interesting map coming up for us. But I honestly think if it devolves into one of these big 4v4 fights around the cinema area, I think Snailboy and Slugman win it.
Yeah, it could be one of those cases where the just Lancers are firing a lot better for each other. Yes, we do have a dog downstairs as well, such as home broadcasting, of course. But yeah, I think you're right in terms of the team fighting, etc. The Lancers firing for each other. It very much can be one of those maps, District, where that can come into your favor, especially if you can get a hold of the cinema side. More so, that is just so much easier to watch from green and blue, respectively. If you can get set up there, then you are obviously looking very, very good. But hopefully we'll be heading to map number 2 very, very shortly. These two teams quite evenly poised, and I'm curious to keep an eye on the rest of the bracket there as well. Of course, we did have HPJC taking on Savage Camping. Could have been Toby's team there if he'd pulled his finger out, but here we are.
Could have been.
Interested to see how that game goes, of course, as well, because the semi-final will actually be between HPJC and Team 24, but of course, who are Black Hawk down. So interested to see that one when it does come up. I'd imagine we'll be watching, but that's the final we're being used to. I think it's just because HPJC are starting to climb those ranks a little bit. I think they were 5th seed at one point. Now they're up to 4th. So it kind of puts them on the same side of the bracket as Black Hawk down, which is... I think it's one of those things, though, that if you look at it, we always feel whoever wins that matchup will probably win it. That seems to be in the theme, at least for the past few weeks. Do you see Maradona coming back into this one, though? Because things have been so close so far for them, I feel, in the past few weeks. They're on the other side of the bracket, and we'll be looking to track grand final.
It's a question, isn't it? I honestly think they're through to the semi-finals. I honor against both of, either 3T or Snailboy. They match up reasonably well, and I can see them maybe getting to the grand final, but, the other side, Team 24, HPJC, I think both of those teams are just a little bit of a step above Maradona at this point in time. Maradona, they started off strong, but they just didn't really continue that hard work that they put in for that first tournament, and after that, they really haven't looked like winning another one. They've been contenders, don't get me wrong, but I think a little bit more game time, a little bit more preparation is needed if they want to win another tournament, to be honest with you.
I agree. We need to maybe see another level coming in from them, but let us know what you think of Maradona, whether you think they're going to find themselves in another grand final, actually go one step further like they did in week number 1. We haven't seen that level from them since. Just like to point out that sometimes I do get some flack in the Twitch chat, but I've never been as offended as someone who said that I have my steak well done. They presume that I have my steak well done through. What was that, Cosmos? Charred. Bet he has the steak charred. Mate, come on. No. I'm a rare kind of guy. I know how to...
That well
honestly,
done.
I've never been as hurt. Never been as hurt.
Flaky. It breaks and, you can
Whoa.
put it in a dip if you
Cardinal
want.
sing. Ugh. Anyway, besides the point.
You said that.
Snailboy and Slugman with the better
Pull him
start. It was Cosmos, mate. He's coming after me. Absolutely not.
Odds.
Ban him.
Dear.
To be fair, then
Yeah,
Rowdy said that my glasses are nice, so I suppose that makes up for it.
1 for 1 on the compliment.
Yeah. So far, though, 3 times Rowdy trying to get back into this one. Snailboy and Slugman with the initial win, if you like, over towards B. We said that would be a bit of a win condition for them if they can get a hold of that. They really can lock things in, but right now it's not going their way. 3 times Rowdy finding the kills. It's only Vision to drop. They're keeping control here. They're getting all the C as well. They've lost B, but I don't think they'll be too bothered about this. Is the domination about to tick in 2 and 1, but the fight over towards C is where it's 1, and also the Snailboy and Slugman 1 towards B. So, well played by them. They will lock B in, but C was actually Warrior Guns to come out on top of that one. And we'll lock in that 2 cap with 3 times Rowdy. 170, 154 and climbing.
Play coming in. Tough spot for Warrior Guns here. Has to roll out. Gonna make this rotation around up towards the B hill where his team is winning that fight. And I think if he can get this rotation quick enough, he will be able to come through and get this kill on Zul. Zul has no idea. Warrior Guns pick up an easy kill. Won't get any easier from now on, to be honest. That's about as quick as it can get, right? Couple of shots, 3 kills. Zul's out. 3v4 situation. And now Breaker, though, trying to make a big play. Isn't able to get that clean. And yeah, that was close. That coming through might have been enough, but 3 times Rowdy here. Points galore. Ooh. Warrior Guns gets another kill. Both teams going to come through, and 3 times Rowdy should open this up with the first round.
They will do. But they did this before, let's be honest. Let's see if Snail and Slugman have to make a comeback again. Or can 3 times Rowdy send us to map number 3 in here in game number 1? Let's see if any drops are going to come through. Nothing in particular. Boltok going to go down on one side. You know, I wouldn't actually mind seeing that drop coming in from Snailboy and Slugman. When it came to that kind of fight on Asylum, it did work out in their favor technically, where they were fighting for that one position of power. Obviously, that drop shot sort of lures everybody over towards B. I wouldn't have hated to see it, if I'm honest.
No, I don't think so either. This is what I was saying kind of in the pre-game, right? That big fight, I think, favors them. I think they're better at it. I think these little skirmishes, they're not quite as good at, especially when there's, there's people rotating through that mid cap. There's 3 players instead of 2. You're always getting kind of caught off guard. Another good kill coming from Vision there on Power, and Power just late to the party. This overhead cap will come through, and this is it, right? They're so good at just finding this opening kill when the map is so split. Snailboy and Slugman, they're just not able to really find a grasp on anything right now. They get the kill, but 1 kill turns into down there on Zul's. 3 players now on the home hill off the Swarm side, and this is just textbook. Just getting those kills through. They will, in the end, they'll lock it up, and 3 times Rowdy just running that advantage across the map. Exactly what they need to do.
Yep. No qualms with how they're playing this one. 2-0. Very well played so far from 3 times Rowdy. But again, until they close out the map, it was the same kind of story in map number 1. It was a great start for them, and they just could not close it out when things did switch around. Pistols going down either side. Do it. There it is. Snailboy and Slugman dropping the drop shot. I think it's a good call, if I'm honest with you. It's a very good call. 2-0 down. Want to change things up a little bit. You would fancy them over towards this Cinnabar fight, potentially, based on what we've seen on Asylum, but maybe is it a bit more of a riskier play this time around. Vision going to have to back on down as a utility is used. Snailboy and Slugman seem to be the ones with a little bit of priority over towards this drop shot, and there you go, the kills coming in for them. Mystiques, Ricardo, and of course Vision drop on down. Saki will get a hold of this drop, and that's worked out perfectly for Snailboy and Slugman.
Has indeed. They found the next kill as well. Warrior Guns has to get out of here. Going to back up, make that rotation round towards the B side, and actually everyone on the side of Snailboy and Slugman has left. They're setting up. They're trying to get this mid hold, but it's quite a subdued hold. It's quite far back, and I actually prefer a little bit more of an aggressive hold on District. I think it's a little bit too easy just to kind of give this up. Sarkster can get pushed quite quickly here by Warrior Guns, and this is exactly what I was about to say. There's no one here supporting Sarkster, and although he's got that drop shot to look at the B side, quite easily get pushed. Warrior Guns will force 1 drop shot to come out. Vision will go down. Decap's going to come through. Sarkster's going to die with that drop shot on the back as well, even though Warrior Guns is going to come out. What looked to be a very good start from Snailboy and Slugman. They're fighting on their home hill to stop a triple cap coming in.
Yeah. I think you're right, though. The fact that Saki is left completely unmanned, if you like, is not necessarily ideal. You need somebody there to protect that player, that he's just going to get chased down as soon as they're up close and personal. That drop shot means nothing to little. A little to nothing. That's probably the right way to say it. Nonetheless, look at this. Snailboy and Slugman starting to lock in a domination. 3-pronged attack, if you like. Still potentially taking that now. Zul getting aggressive. Nice movement from him.
Nice.
His teammate would have been there to help him out there. It's actually the fight over towards B that's going to matter, or it will not anymore, at least, as Breaker locks in the kill. 2-1. Well played.
Yeah, definitely played. I'm not sure I'd go as far as well, but I think.
Well,
once they got
I mean,
hold of
well
that
played
drop
to
shot-
get it done.
Yes, it was well played to come back into it after losing that initial control, and some big kills coming through actually to lock that in. Individual kills as well. Zul with a little stutter step, very nice. But you got to question that setup. I really don't like how they played that after they got control of the map. They basically let 3x Rowdy make the play, make the decisions, and it almost cost them, right? It really did almost cost them. It's unfortunate. If you're 3x Rowdy, you quite easily have turned that into a 3-0 lead. But here we go again, back down towards the cinema side. Flashbangs are in, Vision's in the corner. Stunned out. Is he able to get the kill? No, he's not. Trade comes through. Ricardo trying to clean up for his teammates, but he's got a lot of people bearing down on him, and Zul is going to be the one that finds that down. Asteeks will go for that revive, but maybe a little bit ill-advised as we see another kill. A revive coming through, a drop shot going the way of Snailboy and Slugman, and once again, they win that opening fight. The initial looking really good in these big-scale fights for them. The question is what do they do this time around? This time they find that down. Warrior Guns is going to fall. But they go back again. They try and set up this 2 setup, and they don't want to push forward. They don't want to try and push for this next kill. And this is something that you'll not see teams like HPJC. You'll not see teams like Team 24 or Black Hawk Down. They won't go back this often when they've got a 3v4 or a 4v2 at times and a drop shot in hand and full control. They'll be finding that next kill before they can get back to this 4v4 scenario, and I just think it's a little bit too reserved, Chris. I don't know, maybe I'm being a little too mean, but I think that's a pretty easy kill for Sarks to pick up there, but Ricardo didn't play that too great, and it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because they are getting points from it, but at the end of the day, once that drop shot's gone, infinite lives, 12-second respawn, it goes pretty quickly. It's back to evens.
Very quickly back to evens. It's like pushing the initiative with what you have, isn't it? Saki very much happy to sit back on and rest on these laurels. Not gonna go through. We'll find the shot under Ricardo. We'll get chased down though, and Snailboy and Slugman have got the advantage that they want, but could they push for maybe a little bit more? Vision's done so well to run Breaker down there. In now in his sights as well. Big fight was going on towards B, but Snailboy and Slugman are the ones to win that one. This time Zaradi will get a decap at least. Vision all alone at this moment in time. The rest of his team making that push up towards B. It's going to have to be one of those where they're going to have to decap B here for quite some time and not allow Snailboy and Slugman to get any points on the board. They can definitely win off a 1 cap. 100% sure of that one. Vision's going to go down towards A. Maybe taking a little bit of a longer time they would have liked to get a hold of B here. Warrior Gun's going to have to track back for that one. Drop shot up. Ricardo has that in hand. They're losing C though. Just taking too long at that B fight. That needs to be clean, it needs to be quick, and unfortunately it was kind of neither. And that's going to be another round to Snailboy and Slugman. 2-2.
Nice kill on the home hill on Vision. That was really critical there. The end, just drawing attention from that B hill all the way to those 2 home hills. Nice play there. Good kill, definitely the right choice. And now we've got a 2-2 game at the half. This is where it's going to get interesting because you've got those home hills getting capped up off the start, but the drop shot's still up there. Whoever wins that drop shot is probably going to go through and make that double home setup count. They've also got that quick rotation down towards that neutral hill, and it could be, we could see some really quick rounds coming through here. If the fights are pretty one-sided like they have been, and we're seeing 2-3 members survive from Snailboy, we might see some very, very quick rounds.
Well, see who's going to come out on top this time. 3x Rowdy looking to try and get something going this time, but once again Zul just causing issues. Ricardo stepped up far too far, and that's an easy enough in-send into that corner. There you go. Drop shot once again. Over to Snailboy and Slugman. It's working out for them every single time.
Going back to the setup that they like so much. This time Para playing a little bit more aggressively. Will almost find the kill there. Doesn't quite connect, and he must have been 99 there. Vision making a very heads-down play, and he's just going to keep going. He's going to try and find the kill on Zul, but a new brawl will come through, and that'll solidify his future as he goes back to that respawn queue. Zul gets the drop shot this time around. EGL still in control. Snailboy and Slugman trying to find the next kill. Looks like they found someone down at Cinema area. Warrior Gun's getting caught out once again. Will fall to Breaker. Breaker holding on the map control here. Won't need to push up too far. Knows there's a couple of people just kind of hovering around. One at the D-Hill, one in that jump-up area, that room. Over towards Juice, and if he pushed any further, he would get planted down. Push coming through from Ricardo coming through. Both sides of the map now. 3 times Rowdy trying to find those skirmish fights we've been talking so much about, and look at that, they've won one at either side of the map. Vision now on a bit of a tear this round as he's trying to make a little bit of a play round. Smoke grenade coming out, Vision just gets spotted. Can he find the one shot? No, he cannot. Saki dispatches of him. It's so back and forth. Points, though, heavily in the favor of the Swarm side.
They are, but that win condition does belong to 3 times Rowdy. If they can keep a hold of it here, which they haven't been able to do, that's been decapped rather fast, and going to get to that point pretty shortly where Snailboy and Slugman will start to be in their realms of winning off a 1 cap, but Warrior Guns and Co. looking like they may be able to clean up here as Breaker's dropped as well. There we go, that's a little bit better, that win condition. I believe will probably still be with them. It will be. Hog team 52 seconds. Just about with them, by the way. Zul now. Decap coming in. One of the ones deep. Playing his life as best he can. Bound to die at this point, but just trying to survive. If he can find anything on the other side of it, would be a bonus. He's found one. And he's just constantly a thorn in the side here. The thing is for Ricardo, he's going to be able to get a hold of D here, but the problem is that what they need is everything else here. Snailboy and Slugman winning on a 1 cap. Zul not going to quite get the D cap, but he's just taken Ricardo away from that fight for so long. 2-2-5 and climbing for Snailboy and Slugman, looking at their map position as well. They're extending over towards E, making that a little bit harder. They've lost their home hill though, so D in the hands of 3 times Rowdy. They were about to lock this one in, but it's an important gunfight coming through for Power to win. They'll lock this one in and can still win on a 1 cap. Oh, they don't now. 3 times Rowdy have done enough, so you need to push out if you're Snailboy and Slugman. Those decaps coming through towards the end are phenomenal, as well as that from Visions. Breaker nowhere near. That is going to be a 3 times Rowdy win. And the skin of their teeth, 3-2.
Thought Zul had done quite enough then when he found that kill in that 1v2 situation, but no, good play across the board from 3 times Rowdy. They really had the numbers, finding some fantastic kills coming through, and just decapping all over the place as well. We saw it there. There was absolutely no points being gained from Snailboy and Slugman, and that's the kind of crucial thing in those situations where, you know, you're basically racing points to the finish line. Yeah, it might be a couple of points in it, but you've got to keep gaining points. You've got to find a way to keep a hill under your control, and you cannot, at any kind of point, be out without a single hill, and that just, you know, that was the end of it really for Snailboy and Slugman in that round. But we're going to go again, back over towards the Cinema side. Zul, first man in, flashbang in hand. Will jump over this time around. A bit of a change of strategy, not going right into the fold. Goes and pushes up into all of the stun members here, and Zul, a very brave play. Incendiary coming over the top. A 3rd kill comes through. Drop shot goes to Snailboy and Slugman, and this is a brilliant opener. A nice change of pace, a nice change of strategy, and this is what I was talking about those quick rounds coming through. 6 seconds on the clock. E-Hill is in the hands of Snailboy and Slugman. Can Ricardo get a touch? He can indeed. Just for now. Will find the kill. Drop will go down, and can Vision do anything about it now? It's his turn to try and get a touch. Will find a big shot there onto Zul, but Zul finds a bigger one. Teammates in tow as well. One more member alive on the side of 3 times Rowdy. Nasteeks is going to go out. That, my friend, is a very, very good round for Snailboy and Slugman. So many kills coming through. Really precise play in less than a minute.
Couldn't go wrong at all. Snailboy and Slugman, they're very, very on top. Zula's 22 kills, 4 assists, and 11 deaths to his name. Really is causing issues for 3 times Rowdy here. The more that this goes on, the more it feels like a 2-0 for Snailboy and Slugman. They just seem to have the edge. Long shot over towards Bandstand. Not something you see too often on District Through.
No, but it is a very, very good tool on this map. There's a lot of angles you can find, a lot of little, you know, placements to kind of sit yourself where you can see a lot of the map. And against that drop shot, natural counter. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this one. So still 3-1 Both teams prioritizing this drop shot once again. Ricardo in the fold this time around will put some good damage down. Incendiary's going to go down. They won't connect this time, and that's been key for the last 2 fights. The Incendiaries have found a couple on 3 times Rowdy. This time around, though, we are going to see Snail and Slugman in a rough spot here. Can a kill come through? No, it cannot. Ricardo will down his teammate by accident, but the revive might come in. Ricardo will find the revives on both his teammates. The kill comes through as well, and this time 3 times Rowdy looking a little bit better in that fight.
Yep, just about staying alive. Ricardo, of course, with the drop shot. 3 times Rowdy locking in DNF as well, so in a real nice spot to hit this round theirs, or just at least grab a decent hold of it. Drop shot coming through from Ricardo. It's going to be enough for a kill on the Parrot. Necessary one to keep him off E as well, and it's just keeping Snail and Slugman that little bit further behind. There's another easy kill as well. Saki potentially next here as well. Ricardo chasing on down. Saki very, very happy to put the damage in, but the domination about to tick. Looks like nobody near enough, and that is going to be 3 times Rowdy. Not to 3 up.
Definitely a much better opening from them this time. They managed to dodge that Incendiary, and they got themselves pocketed right into the corner of the drop shot there. Found some really good damage coming through. Long shot not really coming into play this time around, but still time for that yet, as we've got at least 1 more, maybe 2 more rounds coming through. Shot Grenade's going to go down on the bottom side of things. We're going to see a similar reply here, I'd imagine. So,
yep.
So we're set up. 2 sets of grenades each. Long shot on the bottom, drop shot on the top side. All to play for. Expect another 3-to-1 split here, as teams look to be prioritizing that drop shot in the bandstand. I think that's the right idea, with it being on that kind of home hill side. A uneven fight there would spell doom for the side going in with 2 players, not 3. So flashbang's out once again. Here we go. Zul getting caught out, not able to throw his, and this time around, this is a very bold push, a very aggressive push coming through. We're going to see Ricardo picking up 1, Ricardo picking up 2. Ricardo's going to pick up the home hill as well, and the only thing remaining is that E-hill. We should jump over that way. We've got a snipe down there. 1 headshot's going to come through. Can Pyro make anything of it? He's got the 1 shot, but he will not find the second. 3 times Rowdy are going to find that 5th round. They are going to even the series, and we are going to map 3.
Well, there we go then. Kicking things off this Valentine's Day Sunday with the map number 3 in the quarterfinals between these two. 3 times Rowdy, Snailboy and Slugman go the distance. And that is maybe not too much of a surprise. Both these two, you would think, very evenly matched. But Zul really, really did take over in that one, but not quite enough, if I'm honest with you. You know, in a couple of occasions, he really was doing a lot for his team, but ultimately and in the end, 3 times Rowdy just, when they needed to clutch up, they seemed to, and then those last 2 rounds, super, super quick, just out of nothing. It really felt like the momentum was with Snailboy and Slugman in that one, but it just got taken away completely by them last 2 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it shows the importance of those incendiary grenades. The last 2 rounds, no kills coming through, underutilized a little bit, and in the end, the drop shot's pretty much free for 3 times Rowdy. They played a couple of different strats there. One time they found the pocket and just held deep. The second time they made a really aggressive push, and you saw Zul, he ended up dying before he'd even thrown his flashbang. They were on his side so quickly, he couldn't really react. So very good play by 3 times Rowdy. Like to see it. They changed it up a little bit, and you know what? That change came through, and they got a map out of it essentially, right? So keeping themselves alive, keeping themselves in the tournament, and with a shot on that semi-final placement.
Yep, looking good for them. I mean, they don't get a date with anybody nice in particular. I think it's looking like it is going to be Maradona on the other side of things, if I remember correctly. So that's always going to be a tough game for one of these 2 teams. Very slay-heavy, aggressive teams. So interested to see how that one does go down. We'll keep you up to date with some of the other games as well. I know that HPJC and Black Hawk Down, now known as Team 24, I think they put their name in as now.
Yep.
That one is looking like it should be getting lined up very, very shortly as well. With any luck, we will actually get to cast that one, depending on how long HPJC and Savage Camp take to get through their game. If it does start, unfortunately, before we do get this one done, then that would unfortunately mean we're going to have to wait on one of those 2 teams for that grand final. But 3 times Rowdy taking on Snailboy and Slugman will meet Maradona, who have already found themselves in that semi-final. So interesting game that will come up next for those 2, but we will be heading over towards Foundation, your favorite map, mate, in map number 3, of course. I like it, right? I'm not going to get into it again with you, because I know you made a fair point, but I don't know. As kind of a casual, I like it. I don't know.
It's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those. People like it, people hate it, and People just see it far too often. But talking of maps, actually, I got the chance to play Nexus in Escalation the other day, and that was actually really good fun. So potentially an interesting one. I know the American side have kind of ruled it out as something they don't like, but they don't like change in general, so I'm not surprised. I think that's something we should maybe consider going forward, but Foundation next, can't do anything about that one. We'll have to play it. We'll have to see what happens. I think I think these two teams will kind of like that one though. It's something they're all very familiar with, right? They played a lot of Gears 4, a lot of Foundation in their lifetime, so be interesting to see how it plays out. And a little bit of a different map. We got that interesting head-to-head at the start. They have to kind of go down towards that open area. They have to find a way down. We usually see that kind of 3-1 split. Maybe someone going up tables. But this one's all about the weapon placement. It's so easily drawn across the map. You can really force that cave fight. You can really force the statue side if you'd so want to. And we've seen a lot of people, a lot of teams, and some of the top teams actually really preferring that middle placement at the moment. We're seeing a lot of drop shots going down under the closed kind of weapon placement where you'd normally find the grenades in ranked. So that's a very interesting kind of change up that we didn't really see in Gears 4. It was all about the cave, all about the pistons room. This time around, that mid placement being a little bit more fruitful for some teams.
Yeah, it's very much a trademark of HPJC on Foundation, isn't it? They really do like that drop shot in the middle. So interested to see if some other teams do adapt that tactic, if you like. But we're talking about new maps and whatnot. I'm gonna lodge one in here that I didn't enjoy last week. I don't know if you were watching, but wow, I have not missed Exhibit. Not even remotely. I hate to say it. But that was negative amounts of fun. It was just very, very slow. But I think it was one of those where HPJC obviously up against Black Hawk Down at the time. Yeah. Black Hawk Down very much one of those teams who are very happy to play very, very fast, and HPJC made it as hard as possible for them to do so. And I think it was just maybe more of a masterclass from HPJC than anything. But yeah, I was just like praying for the map to end. It's just one of those that it can be very stale. And it can be very much, a battle of, control around the map, which, I know that's what Escalation is all about, nonetheless. But realistically, you sometimes like to see some players popping off, and you like to see the flashy players coming in. I think it's very, very difficult to find them on Exhibit for the most part. I think it's an interesting one at times where teams are making use of the bridge over the top. They are overextending. But it can elongate these rounds up for so long as well. And yeah, personally, not a huge fan. I know not many people are, so if I was to vote to get one out, it would be Exhibit at this point. Yeah, maybe you would go Foundation first. If you would pick Foundation over Exhibit, I don't know what to tell you.
I'd get rid of Foundation, but that's just me. The thing with Exhibit is that I think it's the weapon, not the weapon, sorry, the ring placements that gets me. Like it's so similar the whole way through. I don't know if it's about taking that middle hill upstairs again. Like I think that's just a little bit too difficult for teams to play through. But maybe move the home hills a little bit more. Like maybe put some of the home hills upstairs. Like have them up top and force them to actually think about that as something they need to defend rather than just one flanking route. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I think there is probably some way to make that map a little bit better though.
Yeah, potentially. I think as a tactical kind of Gears map, it does have its advantages. You can't just steamroll a team on Exhibit. I feel it's very, very difficult. Whereas some of the other maps really can come down. Well, if you lose your initials, that's it. Exhibit, not necessarily the case. You really can't come back in that one, but maybe not dive too much into Exhibit. Let us know what you think in the chat. If you would maybe put any of these different maps coming through. What was it, Nexus, that you said you had to play around on?
We played a full map of Escalation on it on Friday, and yeah, it played really well. It's one of those maps where it's got a lot of angles, a lot of routes. It's definitely a map where good teamwork can prevail. But I think it's a map also that, depending on the weapon placements, can play very, very differently. There's a lot of options there for teams who prefer it more quickly or more slowly. And just in general, like the fights are fun. Like there's a lot of kind of fights that, for me, resemble kind of more old school mansion style vibe fights where you're up close and personal. You have to kind of get through with some real kind of good technical skill, and there's also a lot of opportunity for enabling teammates and kind of making cool plays. So yeah, I think it's interesting. Brings something new to the board as well. It's got the soft cover, which is something we don't really see in any of the map, where you have options where you can't throw grenades, you can't throw projectiles through, but you can shoot bullets through. So there's a few options there that it makes for some interesting kind of options, interesting plays. And yeah, just in general,
Sounds like something
I thought it played well.
It sounds like something that would confuse me through. it would take us a while to adapt to it. To be fair,
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you know, I'm all for throwing new things in here. Let us know in the chat what you think of Nexus is through maybe being a bit. I don't know. Are you jumping the gun on this one, or are we saying it played well? Is it just you, or is it everybody else? Hopefully
honest.
we are. Go on.
Who knows? I was just gonna say I won 5-0, so it was a good map for me. But
yeah, there you go.
I was on the other team. I'm joking. I got carried within an inch of my life. But no, it was good fun. It was good fun.
I mean, have we talked enough about Toby leaving the game so he couldn't see his leaderboard? Because I think that's quite despicable from such a shining light of the Gears community. Needs to set an example, surely. And that's not setting an example.
Can't be having a bad scoreline on stream. God forbid. I think calm through. Too right. I think it was a pickup. It was early days, and they played probably the second best team, available, third best team available here. So I am not surprised, to be honest.
Let's not give him any props now. He doesn't.
Yeah.
If it was mouse and keyboard, no, it would have been different, obviously, Toby.
Oh,
anyway. No, of course. It's a foundation week. Map number 3 between the teams in the quarterfinals. Anyway, is it going to be those nights? Well, the close competition just continues. We head into Foundation. 3 times Rowdy. Very much. It doesn't feel like they stole away map number 2, but it felt as if Snailboy and Slugman were really the ones controlling it, and 3 times Rowdy just all of a sudden. Bang bang. Very, very quick 2 rounds, but in the first map they were 3-1 up. Then Slugman came flying back into the game. So it has been tense between these two. It has been very, very close. Hanging around number 1 of Foundation. Nobody able to really get a little bit of an advantage, but there you go. Saying that, Snailboy and Slugman will grab a hold of B. Look to press the issue up towards A.
Good rotation coming through from Vision here. He's going to get caught out in the end. Will get taken out, and probably would have been better there just to get the decap and run, but just draw a couple members of Snailboy over towards their home hill. Alleviates a little bit of pressure, doesn't it? And they are set up now. Snailboy and Slugman are set up, and this is a very difficult push. You have to find a bit of an opening to find a little bit of damage, and it's so easy just to kind of hold all the angles. You see Vision here; he's just going to end up running straight past Sarks. So Sarks are getting 1 kill. Easy does it. Secret man, slimy little kill, but does get 1, and Sarks might be able to get 2. Oh, he misrolls. That's unfortunate. He was on board for a little bit of a double kill there. Zul now has to break up that defense and rotate all the way around. Good first shot coming through. Second shot is not quite as good, and I will never understand that. You've got 2 teammates in tow. You've got the big first shot. Why try and up A? I don't know, but in the end, kills coming through. Paro will clean up. Still a 50-point lead for the side of the COG.
Flips, bro, that's why. Come on, you know how it goes.
Xbox record that death sliding into someone's shotgun.
Does that work on? Does that work on PC as well? I don't know if it would.
No idea. Maybe.
Plug
you connected.
Well, B looking as if it's going over towards 3 times already now. We'll lock this one in. Scoreline, nope. Snailboy and Slugman is with them, and 3 times already are very much being chased away from B. They need to maybe pick a which way they want to go in this one, because neither is looking very beneficial for them. But Snailboy and Slugman starting to get aggressive now, trying to just get that nail in the coffin for this round. Zul with 1 kill, and it's a misroll by Nistix, and Zul will say thank you very much. It's a Valentine's Day gift for him and for Snailboy and Slugman. The domination taking in 1-0.
Yeah, that was potentially not the best play coming out of 3 times Rowdy there. That's all very, very weak, and just both of them end up kind of sliding, rolling straight into him. Vision coming through for 3 kills, but needs a little bit more support from the rest of his team, I think, as Snailboy and Slugman look good. Opening round on Foundation, they had control. The fights were good. Saki getting a couple of grimy kills up top, or at least 1 grimy kill and a very good delay. In general, that's kind of how you play Foundation. You win that first fight, and then you set up and you try and catch someone off guard, or you make them headbutt you. And Snail and Slugman, they did it better first round.
Yep, well played by them. It's going to continue on though, and they keep it going. Just had them pinned in towards B, didn't they? Somebody up top over towards the bridge, and just had them from all sorts of different angles. Zul and Koda trying to make their way through the middle of the map here, not necessarily needing to make any moves just yet. B being ticked in just ever so slightly. There's the first kill. It's going to be Vision onto Saki, and seems as if 3 times Rowdy are going to be the first ones to get some sort of control, but the fight towards the statue is unfolding. Breaker now, if he can find the shot on the Warrior Guns, nicely played by Breaker. Teammate's going to go down in the middle though. Ara does drop, and oh yeah, we're getting him up, but Zul is there to help him out. Vision with the overextension over towards C though will drop. Potential for a domination on the cards here, although I do feel as if that race over towards B, Snail and Slugman might be able to lock this one in. So what's going to happen, it's actually going to be A. Warrior Guns and Co are going to have to push, they're going to have to make something happen here. Zul will drop, should be able to stay in the round, will 3 times Rowdy. They'll lock A in. And Snail and Slugman don't necessarily have too much of a lead to come away with in that one, so not necessarily the worst start of the round for 3 times Rowdy.
No, it's not too bad at all. They should be able to get this B hill pretty quickly, to be honest with you. They need to do it pretty quickly before these reinforcements come through, and they might have just lost their window now. As you can see, 3 members on that minimap stacking up on the side of the cog here. They will go through. 3 times Rowdy will try and get at least a decap through, and they are able to do that. But you can see now, 40-point lead coming through from Snail and Slugman. So even though they were in a 2v4 situation, 3 times Rowdy not really able to capitalize that quickly. Downs coming through, kills coming through. Zul finds one as well, and actually top is also in the control of Snail and Slugman, so this is a really good push. They've got all the angles. Warrior Guns is going to fall. Vision should be the next one going down as well. Good pistol coming through from Sarkster. B hill will get locked in. Now we look over towards the piston side. Zul gets caught out a little bit, maybe too aggressive there. Would have liked to have seen him step back a little bit and just gone for the defense there, but in the end, a good play by Para as well, forcing plays over towards the home hill here. Off 3 times Rowdy will be able to get himself out of here as well. See a 35-second win condition here for the cog side. The action continues.
Let's continue it. Slugman very much in the driving seat here, but 3 times Rowdy going to find a couple of kills. Zul waiting around. Can he find the second as well as the revive tries to come through? But Zul will clean up 1. It won't be enough for the second. Maybe about the fight over towards C. A win condition still, obviously, with Snail and Slugman, although the time has been cut down. The 1 cap will do it. You can see them actually splitting a little bit, expecting the push to come through to C, but if they do lose it, going to make a push over towards B, but it's actually going to be a 3-on-3 momentarily. 3 times Rowdy trying to make this push where Parrot just running away. It's probably the best kind of move he can make. He'll make that extension over towards A. He has to do it before the domination does tick in. Swarm will win in 23. That's going to be changed round though. Zul is locking in B. They've held on to A as well as the overextensions come in from Parrot. 5 seconds to go. A is going to be where this one is won nonetheless. Snail Boy and Slugman 2-0. Looking good here on Foundation.
Yeah, looking very good. Looking really good indeed. Kills coming through, lots of assists on the board. You got to look at that scoreboard though. Ricardo not really doing the best of, best of games right now. Not having the best of games rather. 0 and 5. Just have 5 assists to his name. But 1 bullet is an assist in this game, right? So it's pretty easy to find that. Breaker in the Crane side. They're going to start building up their... Yeah, they are indeed. They're building up their top tables a little bit quicker. There goes that mid placement we were talking about earlier. Not the drop shot this time around. It's going to be the long shot down there, but kind of an interesting one. It's just enough to want to fight for it, right? But not quite enough to sway the game entirely. We'll see how both teams play this one. When HPJC place this down, they're super aggressive. They like to get into the pillars, on the right-hand side here. And they like to push up pretty strongly. Both teams this time around, though, for their smoke grenades. We'll push down secondary. Flash grenades in hand for Zul. Push going to come through. Should be a free long shot pick if he wants it, but nope. He's going to get shot in the back. We'll find that little reaction shot coming through, and that's nice. Puts himself in a good situation here. Stops that damage coming from behind. A down coming through. 2 downs, in fact, for the team here of Snail and Slugman. Long shot in hand. They should be able to rotate round. 4 dead now from 3 times Rowdy. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure anyone's going to be able to get there in time.
No, they're just about going to get that. They will be able to pin them in here, though. That long shot is probably going to be quite handy, but kind of keep punishing them here. Not quite. Breaker and Co are going to back on down. Was ticking up a little bit there. I think Zul having the long shot there, he's decided to back off so he could get the angle. Kind of wouldn't have hated him just pushing in to help his teammates out. I don't know what you think about that one, but
yeah,
I mean, his shotgun play in this area might have been a bit better.
He went for the snipe right on the down as well, which I don't think... The down was the only thing his teammates could really have hit cleanly with a shot, and to use the sniper shot on the down rather than someone peeking over trying to get a shot on his teammate. I think that was the wrong play. In the end, he doesn't even get it as well, so wasted snipe shot meant that essentially his team would in a 2v3 scenario rather than a 3v3. I think you're right. Maybe just get involved a little bit more. And anyway, doesn't matter. Play's gone now. Zul's coming back in. He's back on that Lancer, back on that Nasher. We'll see him get that kill, as you mentioned. Good play with the Nasher. Rather have him by your side than kind of stood a little bit further back.
Like, he's been so good in that respect that I was kind of just a bit like, well, I mean, get him in there. He's arguably probably the best shotgun player on Snail and Slug, I would argue. He's been very, very impressive throughout this whole series. At this moment in time, 3 times Riley with that win condition. A minute before they'll be able to lock this one in, so plenty of time left for Snail and Slugman to get something going. I say he was the best shotgun player. Does land the second shot as the first one just whiffed a slight little bit, and the second kill comes in, though. That one didn't miss. Not even a tiny little bit, and now B in the sights of Snail and Slugman as well. Vision and Co need to lock this one in because they're losing C. Vision has to go. We'll be able to push on through. Snail and Slugman step out to let the push come through. Mystiques is going to drop. It's as clean as a whistle. Warrior Guns, though. Last one to maybe hold on here for 3 times Riley will do so, and will get extended over towards C as well as the rest of the team coming up off respawn as well. Breaker, though, will deal with one. Can't find the other. A should be broken and will be. But I don't think it's going to matter. That win condition. 10 seconds. Vision going to drop over towards B. The only thing that Snailboy and Slugby have remaining. Push going to come through from the middle of the map here as well, but it's going to be cleaned up. Snailboy and Slugman surely lock this one in. That should and will be 3-0. It's a very, very good start and foundation.
It is. It really is. And I think, actually, if you're 3 times Rowdy, you've got to hope the second half's going to be better, because I can't remember a point in this game where they've had any control over the piston room whatsoever. They are just getting outslayed, outplayed. And in the end, there's just so many points going the way of Snailboy and Slugman that piston room may as well just be, you know, their home hill at this point. They're getting so many points from it. It's pretty impressive, to be honest with you. Talon being placed down on the other side. Retro upgrade on the opposite. Won't change things up too much, to be honest with you. Fight's going to be more focused on getting this long shot out at the start. And well, Zul did a really good job last time. Got down there, found some damage, kept himself alive as well.
Can he do it this time round, though? That's the question. Point though, Snailboy and Slugman. It doesn't feel like they've been in this kind of position throughout the whole series, though, does it? It's always been 3 times already kind of in the lead, or things tied up. Snailboy and Slugman have never really had this lead throughout. They find themselves in this spot, the most important map. 3rd and final. Breaker, good shot around there. We'll find one at the vision. He can now help his teammate deal with Warrior Guns, if he can so help anyway, at least. The rest of 3 times Riley now starting to push back as well. Warrior Guns putting damage down, and Breaker answering back with some of his own. Nobody capturing B so far, though, here through. It's a bit of a battle to get some sort of control, and it's spread about in a weird little way. Nobody really able to set up the best kind of way they would want to, but Breaker and Co going to have to back on down. The utility starting to come through, as does the kill, as Warrior Guns going to drop Saki, and maybe this is advantage 3 times Riley. Looks that way from the kill feed, is Saki and Breaker. Both do drop. Alright, with the extension for Snailboy and Slugman, though, to decap A. If he can get this kill on the Steaks, it would be an added bonus, but maybe a push round towards the A side coming in here from 3 times Riley. Try and get this one back, because they got a hold of B.
That's a poor death coming through from Warrior Guns. He really has to check his corner there. He's running straight up into top tables. One of the easiest places to get caught off guard in the whole map. You know, it's one of the most open spots, this corner, this high elbow. Zul just sitting in wait, just fine to take advantage there. Another big kill coming out from him as well as he cleans up Vision here. Now going to push forward. Swarm will win in 140 seconds, but it's not going to matter if they don't have a hill. B-Hill's still pretty firm. Sark's just going to go down, and maybe a little bit too much here. As you can see, the fight will continue. 3v2 situation. Zul gets Wrap Shot out of there. Good kill coming through from Breaker. Always expect the double back. Book of Danny there, if anyone remembers Solidarity, and Mystiques will taken out as well. Good double kill from Breaker. Really like that. Nice kill from Warrior Guns coming through to just kind of even things up a little bit. And Sarkser, his old teammate, just sat at the top of there, turreting up with that Lancer. Will find some damage. Now Warrior Guns in a bit of a sticky spot, but he finds another kill. Yet another kill on Zul. Breaker with that retro. You do not want to run in that. Will hurt.
Warrior. Oh, he's going to get dropped as well, but Breaker falls on his sword whilst he tries to secure that kill. 3 times Rowdy with the win condition, though. It's about a 10-point lead for them as they have control of B and A, of course. I don't think they may be able to lock in C here as well. Para kind of needs to win this gunfight. Domination ticking on through. They will get there. 2 kills coming in here for Snail and Slugman. Ricardo, though, can he find anything here on Breaker? Taking a lot of damage. Breaker will find the shots. Will he be able to lock in B here? Yep, it is big.
Snipe out, headshot.
Teammates out. There's Zul finding one. Is he going to line them up for another as well? It's a hard angle to push. Stars nearly aligned for that one as well. Waiting for the push to come round. He is actually going to find the drop there as well. His teammate did drop as well. But the thing is, they've just lingered so long. The domination's about to take on in. Snailboy and Slugman, though, looking to lock it as Breaker. Just starting to get things done all on his own over towards A. Finds 2, and Snailboy and Slugman have been somewhat flawless on Foundation so far. And 1 round away from closing out the series.
Rightly so as well. Some fantastic kills coming through. Breaker on his home hill. Love the aggression. Love the the confidence there. Just taking 1v1s back to back to back. He absolutely loves it, this guy. And he, honestly, the more I see Breaker play, the more I really like watching him. I think he's come along such a long way as a player the last couple of years, 3 years maybe. And, clean, flawless fights. Just saving his team left, right, and center. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And, good headshot coming through from Zul as well. Perhaps not the most difficult, but made the shot, made it count, got the down. And, as you said, lots of delays coming through from Snailboy and Slugman there. And it's so easy just to kind of lock in that triple cap and give Breaker the time he needed on the other side.
There we go then. And they find themselves another round. I think you were right. Breaker, phenomenal from him. Holds his home hill, pushes all the way over, wins 2 fights over towards A to all but lock in the round. It goes to the halfway point. If you remember Asylum, 3 times Rowdy with 3-1 up. To round number 4. That's a mistake by Para as well. Warrior Guns is going to walk away as winner of that fight. Breaker going to go down as well. Domination would do 3 times Rowdy a lot of good to try and get back into this game. Saki going to drop there as well. So everybody from 3 times Rowdy is dead momentarily. D-push going to come through. 3 times Rowdy in a really good spot to win this round. Warrior Guns now going to lock this in. You got to run the gauntlet. If you're Para, you're not going to get anywhere close. Is Breaker going to either? Seems not. Snailboy and Slugman do bleed on Foundation, 4-1.
I think that round was pretty crucial. Just saving a little bit of face there. 5-0 here after 2 very close maps would have been a little bit of a disservice to the stream, let alone themselves. And 1 round coming through from 3 times Rowdy. Much better round, and they've done a lot better the last 2. I think they are finding this second half a little bit more fruitful, but Incendiary's going to go down now. This will change the play a little bit. Expect those to be kind of rotated around. They might get taken up top. They might get rotated into middle. It'll be interesting to see who picks them up from both teams. As I'm going to watch that overhead map as we go into it. They're both going to get rotated up top. Both grenades going through. Zul makes a very aggressive play down bottom this time around. Vision's going to meet him, but will get taken down. Very good kill. Very easy kill coming through, actually, from Snailboy and Slugman. Can Ricardo do anything about it? No, he cannot. Sacrifices himself to the Gears gods as he falls, and now it's a 4v2 scenario. Free everything, essentially, for Snailboy and Slugman. They get that sniper, they get the EGL capture, and Andrade, they have to back off. They have to go back to their home hill and regroup a little bit. Let's watch the sniper for a little bit. Zul's got it in his hands. Be interesting to see what he can do with it. If he can find a headshot, be very nice. We saw some really good clips actually coming across from the Latin American side last week. Demon coming through with a back-to-back-to-back headshot with this weapon on this map. Really nice. Maybe a little bit of aim assist helping him out there, but I'm just joking. It was a very, very clean triple.
I mean, Zul's hitting shots here.
He literally just needs damage from his teammates. That's all he needs.
Yep.
It's kind of the curse of it right now. That's a good body check as well. Goes through, gets the clean up. But yeah, he just needs some damage from his teammates. It's no good finding the body shots if your teammates aren't in a position to work on it. But in the end, they are, and they come through. Breaker, stop this! This is
What am I
disgusting.
seeing?
It's just
Goodness
constant.
me.
Every time we jump to breaker, he's found another 1v1 and makes a beautiful shot to get away with that one.
Breaker having a fantastic series here. Team very much in the driving seat. Round number 6. Just trying to hold off over towards Z. They've got plenty of bodies to help them do so. Zool now overextending, looking for the push over towards D. I like that. I really actually quite like that from Snail and Slug. They've completely given up E and they say, well, you know what? It doesn't really matter. Let's just go and get D instead. We don't need to fight, and when we do, we are going to win the gunfights anyway. Warrior Guns, Vision's dropping on down. This is looking very convincingly like Snail and Slug are going to be heading into the semi-finals. 15 seconds away from locking in a 5-1 win. Mystiques, can you do anything about this over towards the D side? Looking unlikely. Everyone, all at sea. 3 times Roddy. This is Snailboy and Slugman locking in a 2-1 win. It took 3 maps, but very convincing nonetheless on map number 3. A 5-1 victory on Foundation for Snailboy and Slugman, and they will advance on to the semi-finals.
Very convincing. Really good performance in that final map. And you know what? I said Foundation. I think it might be close. Absolutely proven wrong. Breaker just ran with that. So did Zool. And you know what? They look like a good 4, to be fair with you. After those, that first kind of map, the second map was pretty good, to be fair. And the third map just coming through was fantastic from them. A brilliant 2-1 win over a very tough opposition as well. That's 3rd seed going out.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a good win for them considering, they've been changing things up over the past few weeks as well. Just trying to find that roster that they do like to play with at this moment in time. That looks very, very good for them. But we've got semi-finals and finals coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We've got the rest of the EGL Open Series week number 6 coming up after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to week 6 of the EGL Open Series. My name is Tun, joined by Fru. We had a cracking start to things here this evening on this Valentine's Day Sunday, and very, very close 3 maps between 3x Rowdy and, of course, Snail and Slug. So, interesting way to kick things off, but we have the grand final of the last 3 weeks coming up now in the semi-finals. Of course, HPJC taking on technically Black Hawk Down, now known as Team 24, in the semi-final. Other semi-final going on as well, which will be Maradona against Snail and Slugman. So interested to see who comes out on top of that one. But because of the way seeding has been working, HPJC came in a little bit late. It was still only 4th seed. They end up on Black Hawk Down side of the bracket this week, and we'll find them in the semi-final. I think it's fair to say that whoever wins this one has probably got a very solid chance of winning that grand final as well.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We've got the last grand finalists from many weeks running now. And quite honestly, I think, yeah, you're absolutely right in making that statement. They've got all the chance of winning, but this is going to be probably the hardest game of the tournament for both of these teams. Looking at the other side, Maradona has kind of fallen off a little bit. Snail they're on the way up for sure, but they're not quite at the level of these two teams. So I think you're right. I think this is kind of do or die for both these teams now. If they want to win this tournament, they've got to go through the hardest team. This time just in the semi-final, just not in the grand final. It should be be a good match. Should be maybe another map 3.
Yeah, I mean, you got to beat the best to be the best, I suppose. So for these two teams, they have to go through. I think that both of them would probably say we have to go through this other team, nonetheless, at some point during this whole tournament. So it just happens to be this time around. It's in the semi-finals. So I mean, we would like to, we do lean on whoever wins this to probably go on to win the whole tournament. I think that's more than fair as well. But let's see which way it does go. It looks like Harbor's going to be our first map. We'll find out what the other two are very, very shortly. But I don't know. I think for HPJC, obviously at this point they've lost a few in a row now to Team 24, as we're calling them now. Do you see a way for them to actually beat them at this point? Do you think HPJC are just getting better and better, or do you think it's just a little tiny edge for Team 24? Because I feel, for me, that's what it is. It just seems to be they've just got that tiny little bit more where these close games are going in their favor. So I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think it just needs to be like that extra tiny little bit of a level needs to be found by HPJC to get back into it.
Yeah, I'm just missing a bit of the kind of pizzazz, I guess, a bit of the special kind of flavor.
That little bit of magic.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of spice that not HPJC, sorry, Team 24 bring to the table. All of their players seem to just make some really good plays, and I've been missing that a little bit from HPJC the last few weeks. They've been very good, don't get me wrong. Obviously, they've been finishing second quite a lot, and they've been beating everyone in front of them apart from this team, but there's a little bit of magic that I'm missing from them right now, and I think that just comes with game time. I think that just comes with the fact that these guys, they haven't been playing as much as Team 24, as Black Hawk Down. They came in a little bit later in the split as well. They've had a little bit less tournament exposure on the current settings, so I think it's just a bit of a matter of time before we do see them coming through and beating Team 24. But right now, it's going to be difficult for them. And going on to Harbor, I kind of feel that's a bigger even hurdle, to be honest with you. HPJC, they used to auto-ban this way back in the day. This was pretty much their solid ban, and interesting to see it come through, to be honest with you. A lot of teams kind of, they do rotate on what their favorites are and the maps they pick and ban are. So, we're talking a couple of years, 3 years ago now, easy, that this was their auto ban. So let's not read too much into that.
Played this. They played this against Maradona, if I remember rightly, and won quite. I don't want to say quite comfortably, but relatively comfortably, I would say. It was. I think it was a 5-3 or something along those lines. So maybe feeling good about it in that respect, but we'll find out what's going on very, very shortly. Of course, when these two do eventually load in, but Harbor was the perceived first map, as it seems as if that's what the map was when we loaded in the lobby. So we'll find out what's going on very, very shortly. But I think it's an interesting game, and I agree with you to the point of I think HPJC will win one at some point. I don't know if it'll take maybe a lapse from Team 24, and I don't think that is any disrespect to HPJC. I think it's just the fact that, as you said, Team 24, Black Hawk Down have been practicing that a little bit more. They've got 2 weeks on HPJC, if anything. So, I think as if you look at HPJC, and if they really did put that extra bit of time in, 100% that they could come back here and start winning some of these Open Series weekend cups. Of course, they'll be keeping their eyes on the finals. TBD still when that one is going to be announced, but we will get that out to you guys shortly, hopefully. And yeah, I think that's what everyone's starting to look towards now. Week number 6, where I said over halfway through, only 3 more weeks of play. Is that right now? 7, 8, 9. Have we got a 10th? Am I just making this up?
I think we've got a 10th. I think it's 10 weeks.
Yeah,
right?
I think we've
so
got
we,
an actual 10. Yeah, so this would be 6. So technically we've got 4 more. Yeah, we got 4 more. Maths hard. It was just week 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's just So we got 4 more after this one. I said over halfway. There's only 4 more. Then the finals will be coming up. So only a little bit more time to get a hold of those EGL RP, which will be important when we do get those finals. They are important for you week in, week out. It gets you a better seed. The better you do, the better your seed is, the easier it is to do better, technically, you would think. And you want to make sure that you get the best seed possible going into those finals. Of course, $2,500 on the line there. And $500 on the line every single week here in the Open Series. So, I mean, just keep on playing and you will get yourself a better seed, unless you're maybe Toby or Fru, I was going to say. Toby or Darko. I know you wouldn't. Well, would you get first rounded?
Depends who I'm playing. If I'm playing Darko, maybe not.
You know what?
We'll see.
You know,
we'll see. Or Nexus, as Matt says.
Nexus you'll be fine. Probably. Yeah. We'll do a Nexus Cup 1 week for you so you can enter.
We'll see.
We won't.
I know we won't.
Just to clarify.
Don't get any break from this casting.
Hopefully we'll be loading it in the game very, very shortly. I don't think we've actually got a hold of the maps completely, but we'll let you guys know as soon as we do. But as said, I think, this is one of those ones where we very much expect the winner to come out on top of the whole thing. Interested to see how the things go down on the other side of things. Snail and Slug up against Maradona. I don't think that's the worst match we would ever see either. I think that'll be an interesting one. I'd probably lean towards Maradona, but I don't know actually. Snail and Slug look quite good on a couple of these initials, which is where you sort of think that Maradona's bread is buttered, isn't it? It's very much about winning those big initials in the middle, and then they sort of steamroll from there. If you're on a Snailboy and Slug man, you maybe have the counter pick to that of the overextending from Sake, etc., etc. But those initials didn't look too bad either, so be interested to see how that one goes down through. Not sure your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with you. To be honest with you, I think it's going to be interesting. I think you kind of have to play it your style if you are Snailboy and Slugman. I think you do have to be dragging the fights around, because those big fights, I actually think Maradona probably have the edge. Their pains going, rocking up and going mental will not be not be favourable to Snailboy and Slugman. So isolating pains, I think, is the biggest priority there. Finding that kill on pains at the start, and then after that, I think you can pick Maradona apart. To be honest with you, the rest of the team are good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and say that they don't match up, because Crisis and Co, they are very good players, but Pains, he's a star on that team, and if you can isolate him, find him, kill him, the 3v3 that remains after that, or 4v3 that remains after that, I think is actually something that goes in Snailboy's favor. So yeah, I think maybe you look to play it on one end of a map. You don't maybe go for the drop shot or something super powerful, but a snipe like we just saw on Foundation works very well. It's enough to draw the fight, but not enough to turn the entire map. And I think that could be an opportunity for Snailboy and Slugman to really get some good points on the board in terms of that EGL, the EGL points that are coming through from each tournament.
Yep, could be a date into the grand finals for them, of course, after a very close game between themselves and 3 times Rowdy. But those grand finals the past few weeks has been this matchup that's coming up right now. HPJC taking on Black Hawk Down, or Team 24 as they are now known. And this one has really been back and forth between them. In terms of maps, it's been very, very close, but it always seems to be Team 24 who do come out on top. Can they do it this time round? We will be loading in the harbour very firstly. And let's go to predictions. We don't usually do this every single week, but you know what? I'm gonna throw it up for you now. Which way is this one going?
I think I've got to go by the stats, Chris. Have you ever heard me say that before?
Hard to argue.
I think Team 24 will come through. I think it might go map 3. It has been map 3 quite a few times so far. It's a bit earlier in the day. Both teams maybe not having the E quarterfinals with HPJC coming through sapping, but I think Honest could go map 3. I think Team 24 though will want us coming through to that grand final.
I think to argue, isn't it, based on the stats? These two teams have quite a few times. I believe it's 4 now over the last 6 weeks, and 4 out of 4 has went over towards Team 24. Let's see if they can make it 5 out of 5. Hydron and Kodo kicking things off with the first kill as Marsh goes down. Cougars and Co trying to make the push on through as trying to gain control of Winch, but all about this fight up top. Very, very important in terms of control of the map. B looking as if it is going to go over towards HPJC. They win the fight up top as well. It's a good start for them.
Indeed, Cougars falls pretty quickly, and good control from HPJC up on Harbour. See Jack Bex right up here on the top side, getting pushed up by Dragons though. Smoke's coming out, flashbang's coming out. Good kill by Jack though, finds that one shot. Has the mark as well. Will take out Strikers. This is good play, but Marsh on the other side of the map will find one. Phelps is going to fall as well, and now Marsh will find his second. Jack will get caught out here. Cougars comes up behind him, and he's going to start to rotate round, and actually a domination already ticking here from HPJC. Can they lock it in? No, they cannot. Dragons will find the kill and save the day, and this might be a flip-up, as we can see now. Cougars hiding around. Oh, he's been sneaky. Oh, he's missed the shot, though. This is poor form from Cougars there. Good idea. Really good idea. I like it. Executed absolutely terribly.
That is truly unfortunate. Well, I mean, the moment was there for him, it has to be said. Jack is going to win his moment over towards B, though. And we'll continue to lock this in for HPJC. That win condition still belongs to them. Opsy and Co. There's control of the bridge area in B. Fully in the control of HPJC now. What's the route in here for Team 24? 45 seconds for this one win condition.
Push coming through here, B side as well. On the side of Team 24, both teams rotating round. Trying to find a little bit of control. Good play there. Decap will come through on the A hill, but you can see B hill will go the way of the COG team. Still pretty heavy, but no one gaining anything right now. COG team will lock in that win condition just for a few seconds. It's going to flip over to the spawn. 1 second in it is all that splits these two teams. Good lance of fire. Dragons will fall, and HPJC may be doing enough here if they can rotate and get this kill on B. There's a 1v2 to be had here. Strikers trying to make it a 1v1, but Jack is having absolutely none of that. Will find the kill. Cougar's going to go down as well. HPJC could be able to lock in the B hill. A hill is also under their control. Back and forth for sure, but across the board, full control so far for HPJC.
Yep, looking good for them. Has been full control for them throughout the round, and they will lock this one in. This one win condition of a few seconds. A and B in their favour, and that will be round number 1 over towards HPJC.
Do you like that? Team 20, sorry, from HPJC. They got a lot of kills on the board, early kills, and a lot of good control as well, especially up top. Let's see what happens here with the weapon pickups. These are going to be important as we go through the rest of this map. Boltok's going to be the first option going down at the pipes. I expect that to be matched here over on the cargo side, and this will be something that teams might rotate up to top and just add a little bit more firepower. Going to be some interesting angles that you can get whilst placed up top. Shooting down towards that winch fight, shooting down towards the bottom side. You can definitely connect and get some headshots here, but both teams going to just forget this one for now. They're going to go straight for 3v3. Top we go. Onto the winch as well. Cougars will get taken out first once again, and this is a good kill by Hydron. Hydron will now find a second, but trading downs. We are going to see Team 24 back out here. Marsh is going to be the sacrificial lamb as he gets killed out. Dragons runs back, but now he's going to be in a rough spot here as a 3v1 does emerge. Players off spawn are coming out for Team 24 as we see Cougars getting it down there. Will get taken out though. Dragons decide that he will not help his teammate. He will try and find that 1v1, and in the end, both him and his teammate will fall.
Not the idealist of starts for Team 24 once again. Find themselves out of control after only a few seconds. Crimson's going to find a very easy kill on the Strikers. This has been very clinical so far from HPJC. Not been anything too flash about it. Just been good gears. Marsh going to go down to Phelpsy, and then he can pick up Hydron. Good shot's going to come through, but Dragons will deal with him. Will be dealt with himself by Phelpsy, though, as he now starts to push forward over towards it. Cougars here in an important spot to try and disrupt this one. Probably could do with finding the kill onto Phelpsy. He does so. That will probably deter the rest of HPJC from pushing. I say that as Jack pushes forward, but will lose his life. Thing is, for HPJC, they lose those gunfights quite far up the map, so should still be in a position to do something about the push that is bound to come through from Team 24. Lido is going to be lost for that. HPJC, they're still with a 100-point lead yet. This one win condition is going to go. 24 very much will get a hold of that one, albeit 100 points or so down.
Really liking what I'm seeing here from HPJC. You know, we spoke about previous matchups before now. Good fight coming in actually now again from HPJC. Some more kills coming through. Bit of a wolf pack there, and 3 members dead on the side of Team 24. Dragon's just getting timed out a little bit as well. Good play. Just to stagger those lives. And yeah, what I was saying was, in terms of their previous matchups, map count, 5 maps to Team 24, 2 maps to HPJC across the EGL Open Series tournaments. The split, but definitely in the favour of the COG side, but right now, HPJC, they look to have improved. They look to have full control over this map. Arbor seems to be their playground. In those opening fights, they've been key to it.
They really have had control of Winch in this area, haven't they, for the most part? But Team 24 very much getting aggressive here. Dragons finding those trademark fights once again, and for all of HPJC's control. They're not going to get near this one, I don't think. Team 24 very, very quickly lock in a domination. It's just an accumulation of kills coming in. HPJC maybe stayed around a little bit too long. Those 2 kills dropping over towards top bridge ultimately sealed the deal. 1 apiece. Team 24 will be very happy to get on the board after what has not been a fantastic start for them. They were, as said, behind the majority of that round and quite close to losing it. HPJC, though, will be also probably a little bit disappointed with how that one went, considering the position they were in. Moving into round number 3, though. Looking like retros either side. See if HPJC can continue their dominance, continue their control, but can they top it off with a round this time?
That's it, isn't it? Team 24, they are so quick to pounce on any advantage you give them, and the last round was pretty much a prime example of that. Good turnaround from them, and tying it up at 1 apiece at the start is probably not how HPJC thought that would go after the 2 openings that they had. Phelpsy looking for the big kill there, will not get it. Dragon's not damaged at all coming through, will find that kill on Phelpsy. Will get traded out though. Hydro picks up 1, and now the wall battle going forwards. Nico will find 1. Just get the down, isn't able to kind of clean it up. That's Cougars as he just starts to rotate round. Marsh is a little bit too aggressive there, a little bit too far forward. He will back up. Will Cougars. Full control now, HPJC. Some damage being put down a little bit there onto Strikers. And this is, you know, this is to the extreme, right? A couple of pellets here and there will absolutely help, but Cougars underneath the winch just start to offer some support on the COG side here, and actually Hydro really letting Cougars kind of do his magic, his work here a little bit. Cougars just go down. Is the revive going to come through there? That's the question. Looks like he's going to get cleaned up. We're going to see a 4v5. Sorry, 3v4.
To go with the push. Gonna get caught out by Strikers though. Any shots onto Crimsons? Not quite. He now going over towards HPJC, but a little bit of a mess across the map is now Team 24 able to lock in and see that Retro's going to hurt, but not quite as much as Marsh was already. Hydron will pick that one up. A and B now in the favour of HPJC. Nobody able to garner much control so far in this round number 3. Look at this push coming in from HPJC. Can they do anything here up top? Team 24 getting to match it as well. We'll find the kills as well now as they start to push forward. This A point has really been swung backwards and forwards. If you're Team 24, you've paid very little attention towards B since you lost it.
Yeah, they've definitely got other things in their mind here, and there's a good kill coming through as well from Crimson's taking out old teammate Marsh. They were a good duo. Shame they're not on the same team anymore, but it has kind of sprouted 2 fantastic teams from it. Wrap shot coming through from Dragons. Has the more difficult side as well on that left hand. Come through and gets the kill though now. He's here to support his teammate. Big shot coming through from Dragons, and Cougars should be able to clean up here quickly as Phelps. He's getting shot from the left hand side as well. Good kills coming through from Team 24. Expect them to run this through to the A hill now, as there is a 1v1 down at the B side as well. Fights going on at both hills, but advantage here should be Team 24. Flashbang wasted. Dragons able to get the down there. Clean up crew will be Cougars. Out the broom and it starts to sweep away this HPJC team, but no, off spawn. Here comes a couple more members of HPJC. They are going to get cleaned up. Team 24 looking real good once again. This should be round over. Just a couple more kills. That will be it.
Yep, not much that HPJC can do about this. Just maybe denying the inevitable. As it is eventually ticked in Team 24. That's a bit more like it. Yes, okay, they got round number 2, but it really has been mostly HPJC throughout the previous 2 rounds. But round number 3, a lot more fruitful for Team 24. Just finding more kills around the map, it feels. Getting a little bit more control. Choosing to get control of Stern and Winch rather than make a lot of their moves over towards the docking crane side, of course, on their spawn. But it seems as if concentrating a lot of what's going on towards where that drop shot's just been dropped. So we will see an even more intense fight towards this side of the map. A lot more on the line now.
Yeah, definitely so. Just removes a little bit of that B-hill kind of complexity from it, and it just forces this big old fight up here. Hydron with the angle. This time HPJC opting to play a little bit more split, and Team 24, they're able to just snowball this. Find that drop shot, they find another kill. Saving grace right now is that we do see someone, Hydro over on the other side of the map. We get taken out in the end, but it did take 2 members of Team 24 a little bit of a while to get hold of that. Just give HPJC time to come off spawn, to take their home hill back. Stop that domination coming through, but here's Cougars just set up with that drop shot. Should be a kill coming through, but no, he shoots short and misses it. Now he's going to get pushed up on Crimson's. Crimson's very, very brave there to try and push up while damaged into Cougars, but in the end it's just a bait. Teams will settle down a little bit, but 2 hill cap. Team 24 with the advantage.
Obviously going to drop. As said, 24 very much with the advantage, but there you go. That's another drop shot wasted. So for all the control that they did have and still do have, could have been a little bit more, it could have been a lot more. If they managed to make these drop shots work, but now the push coming in over towards C by the looks of things. Trying to make something work for them over here, but maybe it's a bit of an overstay as now Cougars and Dragons in a little bit of a rough spot. Dragons going to have to back on down. Will drop. HPJC still very much in this round, but the score difference is what's going to hurt them here, you feel. About 70 points and climbing for Team 24 now. They just need to hold on what they've got to hold up here. HPJC now making the move over towards B. They will get a hold of it. Where does that win condition go? Absolutely nowhere. COG team still locking that one in. 74 seconds for them to keep a hold of this 2-pointer. Or 1-pointer, I should say. Things looking solid, and the kills for them as well. Not quite coming on through. HPJC now. Need that little bit of step further. They're about to get it as well. That's been decapped. Domination ticket in. Dragons is the only one to answer back. Is he anywhere near to do anything about it? Seemingly not. Team 24 push forward. They find the kills, but someone slips the net here on Harbour, and 2 pieces now the score.
Close map so far. Back and forth for sure. Looking at the scoreboard, Dragons 14 kills, 9 assists already in 4 rounds. Pretty good scoreline if he carries that one on. He's on for a 30 killer, so let's keep an eye on that one as the incendiaries get placed down. Advantage now, Team 24 though. They are a weapon placement ahead. Voltuk's going to go down on the bottom side, and hill swapped, so even more to play for up top now as that E-hill rotates up there. Neutral hill is going to be up there on the stern.
Drop shot fight once again. Dragons pushing forward, baiting it out if he can, but can't quite get anybody from HPJC to show. Cougars now going to drop one down. It's momentarily a 3v4. Dragons with a down coming in there. Phelps is going to be very, very weak, looking to clean him up once again, but will be caught out whilst he tries to do so. Hopsy and Co get a hold of the drop shot this time. And number 5, they're being aggressive with it. And can they be a little bit more clinical, if you like, with the drop shot? And their opposition were in the previous round. I like this from them, though, getting aggressive with it. They're in a good spot to do something with it as well. Center deep, that's not going to find... Okay, never mind. We'll find strikers. Seemed as if the angle was definitely not on there, but Phelps is going to take a lot of shots from the middle of the map. Marsh is probably very, very dead. Domination ticket in. That's going to be the quickest round we've seen so far. HPJC 3-2. Much, much better from them. 59 seconds.
Much better indeed. Good rotation, good drop shot in the end, and as you said, they did better than their opposition with it, and that always helps. Good kills across the board, actually, from HPJC. All players just taking part, you know, helping each other out, getting those kills on the board, not losing too many lives. Boltok upgrade coming through, Retro on the opposite side. Don't expect those to come into play too quickly, to be honest with you, as we still focus our attention up on the E hill where that drop shot lies.
Fine, gonna go down here once again. Staying around it is Team 24 with the right-hand side advantage. Lugas and Co now. Looking to try and find this push and make it work. HPJC just back off and lances them down. Phelps is actually going to be dropped by his own teammate though, so that's not going to help things out. He was very, very weak, was pushed out as well, but Cougars eventually cleaning that one up. But Marsh is going to go down as well. This is back and forth between these two. Nobody able to grab drop shots so far as I'm aware. Dragon's going to drop now as well. It's an elongated fight. Really has went on for quite some time. Hydron though surely is going to die to Cougars. It has to be said it's a misstep by Cougars if anything. That's surely going to be dropped. Going over towards the side of HPJC, it will be, as well as E. Hydron is able to step forward as well and just slow down this push from Team 24. He won't get out. The damage you feel is probably already done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've got control, right? They've got that up top. See the switch around there on the drop shot. Not going to be that useful, though, because the drop shot did get taken out there, and in the end, Crimson does manage to swap it away. I'm not quite sure how he managed to, given that he was stunned up. Must have been right at the end of the stun that he swapped weapons there, but kills coming through now. HPJC side. Doesn't really matter, though. They're down at the winch, the stern. Full control, Team 24 here. Hopefully in win condition, 70 seconds. Not a long way to go just yet. Good kills coming through, though. A little bit of a collapse coming through from HPJC, and Cougars gets taken out, as does Marsh, and that is a really nice collapse coming through from the Swarm side. Dragon's going to be the next target. Expect him to go down in just a second. There he goes. 3 dead now. Just Strikers alive as we look to see where he's at. He's up on the D side, waiting for his teammates to respawn. Full control, HPJC. They're going to set back up. They're going to wait. Just hold on this 2-cap. They've got that drop shot control up top as well if they need that. New weapons coming up. Boltok picked up. Sentry's picked up. Crimson's in a bit of a rough spot here.
Not the best, has to be said. HPJC, very much aware in control. 1 cap will do it, you would think. Will it? One that's going to be relatively close. In condition there though, for the Swarm side. Hydron and Co just trying to find out what they can get a hold of here. Hydron playing the Secret Man. There you go, Dragons. You're going to run into that one, and all of a sudden, Hydron make a very free run up towards E. D-Cap, though, has coming up towards F. Is that going to affect things potentially? Strikers probably need to try and find some kills here. Is going to go down, but nothing being won by Hydron over at E quite yet. But there you go, drop shot in. Cougars good luck pushing that. So well played by Hydron from the hip as well. Very, very clean. HPJC. Look around in Hydron.
The guy's a machine.
Boy. Yeah, 4-2.
Very, very nice indeed. Really good play actually across the board. He won a 1v1 as well up for that drop shot. So not just power weapons, he's doing it all. 15 kills, 22 assists, 10 deaths. Good scoreline so far. Hydron just get the option to select for his team now. Just looking towards this drop shot, going to disable the incendiaries. They want to win it this round. This is a good decision in my opinion. They're not letting it get too far. They don't want extra weapons coming into the play. They don't want anything, shot grenade or anything like that working its way up there. They want this fight to be about that drop shot. Cutting off those incendiaries will mean it's going to be much more about that kind of personal skill, not that power weapon usage. So far, HPJC have been the leaders in that category so far. Flashbangs are going to go out. Dragon finds that first kill. Strikers goes down, but a revive should come through. His teammates can get to it. Dragons finds another one. Dragons finds a third one, actually, and Marsh is going to clean it up, but it is all Team 24 as they get control of that drop shot. They should know there is someone in the vicinity for HPJC. You can see Dragons checking the corners. Marsh now should be able to see Jack here. Crossfire coming through. Jack will go down, and this is the good start of a setup for Team 24 here as see they're going to go back and just sit on this 2-cap.
Best thing to do. With this drop shot in the hand as well, you can just nullify any sort of push, really, can't you? Very easy for Dragons to pick multiple kills here. See, 1, 2, 3. He's probably licking his lips. I can imagine, even though he's just going to find the one on the Hydro, he's probably going to warn the other two off. Maybe sends that one a little deep. Did find some damage, but that was it. I'd like to see him keep a hold of that. I don't know.
Maybe just maybe just a little bit
I mean, I know
longer.
hindsight's a wonderful thing. I know that, but what would the 2 kills have found you there? Really?
I just think you know, if he just waits a few more seconds, you're a few more seconds closer to that respawn coming up, right? You're able to kind of delay, you know, the respawn as well on the opposition, as well as get closer to that next power weapon. There's something to be said there, and now he has nothing to defend this push with. But his team on the other side, though, they're definitely putting the work up. You can see Marsh gets a kill, Rikers 2, and another down coming through. Jack will fall here. Good play by Team 24 as they try and find the 4th kill. Roll will come through from Dragons. He's going to get away with it. No, he's not. He's going to get taken down, but the team might get away with it as the domination is going to tick through. And easy as pie, really. 3rd round coming through from Team 24. Never in question that round. Really good control.
Yep. Completely in control all the way through. Heading in to round number 8. HPJC still within a shout of closing this map out. Retro are down, so building up towards that shock. Of course, they are behind, technically, on the utility front after putting down that drop shot themselves.
Sender is in play now.
Everybody. Yep, everybody up towards E here for it.
Yeah, but look how quick that drop shot comes through. By the time the incendiaries have rotated around, drop shot pickup is in and out. Cougars should be able to get a couple of kills here. Just get 1. 2 kills now on the side of Team 24. And a little bit more like their former selves here as they start to scrap out. That Vex is going to fall as well, and now you can see big old steam train straight towards the F-Hill. They're looking for Phelpsy. They want to find that kill. They spotted him rather over on their home hill.
Yeah, Phelpsy will be dropped. Dragon's getting a hold of F as well. Good spot for Team 24 here. Hugo's now making the push as well. Trying to deal with Jack in his sights. Tron going to come in, just being very, very wary though. Doesn't want to play with his life maybe a little bit too much. He is going to get squeezed out. Now the rest of HPJC can try to push. They need to push. The domination ticking in. Marsh and Co waiting for them to come around. Hydro, first one there. He will be dropped as well. But Crimson's, can he find anything? Not quite. Phelpsy did as well. It's a domination. And that is a round number 9. Coming in between these two once again. It's just so hard to split them at the moment.
Are we really surprised, though, that it's gone to a round 9? How many times have we seen this now? I think it's 3 or 4 maps we've seen it go all the way. Maybe a couple more where it's round 8 as well. So these two teams very close. We know that. We know that they really do kind of go all the way right to the wire every time they meet. So far, it's been Team 24 that's had the best of these round 9s, though, if my memory does serve me correctly. Winch option going down. Marks are getting placed. Grenade's going to go down over on the swarm side, and that evens things up now across the board. Be interesting to see how they use these shots, if they do it all. Looks like it's going to be focused up towards that drop shot once again, though. 4v4 situation here as we get into round 9. On board with Phelpsy as he's the first one up. Flashbang in hand. Will throw it out, and he's going to get counter-flashed. Both teams now with those incendiaries in hand will rotate round. Will try and find the kills. One gets thrown out for the swarm side. One gets thrown out for the Cog side. Both miss. Both teams still scrapping in the fire. Marsh finds that opening frag, and HPJC, they're going to have to run away. They're going to have to get out of here because the kills are coming through. Marsh and Co, they're finding them all. Only Hydron left alive.
Hydron. Don't think they found him.
Hydron with a huge rotation.
Found him eventually. Team 24 now looking for the break onto D. Can't quite find it. Jack and Cut just trying to stay in there, but it's a well-placed shot grenade that might just end things for them. But looking over towards F, Hydron is going to be the hero once again. He will manage to delay this for Team 24. HPJC still knocking in this round, and will actually be able to get some sort of control here, but you would have expected Jack to pick up that kill. Now up to Crimson to potentially do something here. He's going to drop down as well, as is Hydro, and Cog domination ticking in. Only Phelps he could do anything about it, and will find the shots onto Dragons as well. I mean,
presses the horn for good luck as well as his team come off respawn. Sounding the troops.
Rallying the troops, yeah.
Got someone else behind him though.
Phelps, you know. Yeah.
So busy looking towards the spawn, he's not really thought about the flank. Big kill from Strikers coming through. That's very, very crucial. They managed to get at least one kill out of this fight. Phelps will rotate, but
score though.
It's the home hill control. They really have to start to kind of push forward and find more kills. Those 12-second respawns, they're killing HPJC at the moment. They're on this defense. They can't really take anything from it, but this time Marsh falls. Good kill by Crimson. 50 seconds on the boat. Still time.
Domination or a decap for, well, quite some time. About a 40-second difference in the end, really, isn't it?
Yeah, they're waiting for this power weapon to come back up, and they're gonna basically bank this on one last play. Incendiaries are in both teams' hands right now. Drop shot is now in the hands of Phelps. He has the game on his hand right now. He has to find at least 2 kills, maybe 3 with this. Goes for Cougars. Is going to miss the first one. Good dodge by Cougars. He knew that was coming. He was waiting. He was aware. Sentry goes out. 15 seconds on the clock for the COG team, and Phelps is going to get headshot. Kneecap will come through here. Team 24 getting the kills. They have all the points. They have the control on the E hill as well. You would think this is going to go their way. It is indeed. Round 9 once again goes the way Team 24, ex-Blackhawk down. We've said that a few times already this Open Series.
They were 4-2 down as well for, my goodness me, Team 24. Getting things done in map number 1 here on Harbour. And that is quite the turnaround if you're HPJC. Yeah, a bit disappointed with that one, it has to be said, but Team 24 very much battling back in map number 1 between these two, and that's just the semi-final, this one as well. Very, very comfortable. Last 3 rounds, I would say. Outside of that, though, I mean, look, I think HPJC performed very admirably throughout all of that. The last 3 rounds just seemed... It didn't feel like they were 4-2 down, did it, for Team 24? They were cruising. They seemed fine. They were very happy to make this fight work in the middle of the map. They were getting a hold of the drop shot 9 times out of 10. It just makes things so much easier, and just using that control to find these round wins, and super, super hard for HPJC to come back into it in those final 3 rounds.
Yeah, very difficult. You know, this is the reason that they're one of the best teams. They're resilient. They can make plays. It doesn't matter what the round score is. They can always win 2 in a row, 3 in a row, and come back. And you know, once they got that drop shot in hand, they really were pretty good with it. And HPJC, you know, at the end there, Phelpsy, he had opportunities, but you know, he was right against the wire clockwise. He didn't have much time to make a play, and he went for what he had opportunities wise, and that was a shot on Cougars. Didn't connect, and that's kind of the hopes of the round there. So nothing really much more he could have done, to be honest with you. It's one of those things where the opening was just so strong from Team 24 that, you know, that last dash attempt was always going to be difficult for HPJC to pull off. And it's not really, I wouldn't read anything into it right now. Yes, the round 9s are going the way of Team 24 kind of across the board every time we see this matchup, but they're always getting to this round 9, right? They're always pushing Team 24 or Blackhawk down, as they used to be called, right to the limit. And I think one day that round 9 will flip over. It will go the way of HPJC. It's just honestly the look of the coin, right? It's how it falls.
Yeah, it just didn't fall in their favor this time around. You know, I think, you know, just to touch on the point that you made there about Phelps getting a hold of that drop shot, I think, you know, if you're Team 24 in that scenario, you're like, right, okay, well, they're literally waiting for the drop shot to make this play. Let's just try and bait it out to a certain degree. They know it's coming. It's not like, you know, they've set themselves up in and around there because they know it's coming. They know that's the play. It has to be the play. So they're set up and they're ready for it. All they need to wait for is that whistle of the drop shot coming on through and try and predict correctly. They did so. And it was very, very hard for Phelpsy in that situation. A lot of people say, oh yeah, drop shot. Okay, yeah, it's fair enough. It's not too hard to find a couple of kills with it. But realistically, the other team are very, very much ready. It's not like the beginning break where you don't know where they're playing from, you don't know where they're going, you don't know what they're looking for specifically. HPJC had one objective. They had one thing to help them make that objective work. And ultimately, it's very much an easy read for Team 24 in that case. Phelpsy can't quite find those shots, but we won't blame him too much for that one. We're going to be heading into map number 2 very, very shortly. And Harbour looking good for Team 24. I said 3 rounds towards the end, all in a row for them to get map number 1, I should say. Hopefully we're loading into map number 2. Are we aware of what it is yet? I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out very, very shortly, but District. I mean, look, these two like playing District against each other for some reason. I'm trying to think who's... I think it's been a bit of a trade, to be fair. I think it's been back and forth between them. I don't think anybody's... I want to say it's 1-1, actually. I know they played each other a couple of times on it. I want to say the last time we watched it...
Maybe 2-1? I think 2-1 maybe to Team 24. Just
actually,
because I've seen them... I've casted over them win twice on it, I think. But I also remember... There was a really got turned on its head where HPJC won. But as you said, super close, right? It gets the wire every single time. Always an exciting map. Always interesting to see what weapons they get down, whether it's going to be that drop shot up at the cinema. We see something maybe a little bit funky like or that long shot in the mid. We'll see what these teams go for as we do get into it. Round 1, here we go. We are on board with Crimson. He's going to make the cut straight away. And this is an interesting turn of events. We see a lot of teams go for that 2-2 middle, but this time both teams opting for 2-2 down the bottom side. And I do like that. Rather than kind of force through the drop downs. Oh, this is going to be a free kill for Hydron. Rather than force those 2 kills. I will get it right eventually. Rather than force those 2 people through the drop down, rotating through the bandstand is just a little bit easier, a little bit safer. And look at this, super quick round from HPJC. 24, no, they've lost that one. They're going back to spawn.
Just like, yeah, well, we'll choke that one up. A very, very quick round for HPJC. I'll be honest, I looked away for a second, just checking up on something else, and all of a sudden the round was over for him.
Was indeed. Just quick kills.
I'm just retweeting our tweets, just, you know, just a little bit more promotion out there and whatnot. Turn round. It's already 1-0. Yeah. Oh my goodness. There you go. That's a round 1 drop shot.
Yeah, I wonder where we're focusing attention this game. Oh, it's over to the cinema. Surprise, surprise. Boltock's going down as well. They'll build that one up towards that incendiary, and they should have the advantage there. At least 1 round once it gets there. Going to go into this one. Board with the Crimsons this time around as he's going to open up. So we're going to move over to Cougars. See the opposite side of this one.
Cougars trying to get the angle around the pillar. Don't quite find anything there. Which way is this fight going to go? Jack Fex finding 2 downs, cleaning up 1. Phelpsy coming in there with one of his own as well. Still, Cougars here to deal with as well. Both very red. Phelpsy will get it done. And Phelpsy will get a hold of that drop shot. HPJC really wanting to get things going here on District. He is going to be locked in. It's that double-edged sword for whichever team loses that fight. You don't get drop, you don't get B. So the question now in control of HPJC.
The question I have right now is how do they set up? Because we saw Snail Boy Slugman set up with this drop shot in a very similar situation, but they kept that drop shot over towards the B side. This time around, Obstinco, they're rotating it around towards the homes, and this is going to be interesting. They're going to go for kills rather than defense, and that's a nice kill coming through. Getting that kill before the home gets decapped. But on the other side, that B hill has gone the way of Team 24, so what have they really gained from it? Good kill by Hydron over the top. Knows his angles well.
Hydron on Coat. Trying to get this one locked in. Obviously, the overextension over towards A. Very easily get this one locked in without really much resistance. 3-2-1 before the domination is locked in. It is going to be A. Team 24 choose to keep them in the round. Oh, you can't roll through cover, Dragons. Phelpsy will find that one very, very easily. Cougar's now got to make this push and got to make it work as well. Phelpsy trying to push up to try and slow him down. Can't slow him down long enough, but Crimsons will be buttering Marsh up before he even gets to Phelpsy as well. They will drop, but is anybody going to be there to do something about it? It's 1 by 1 by 1 for Team 24. And 1 by 1. The round's over towards HPJC. 2-0. Very convincing start for them here on District, has to be said.
Really convincing. Really convincing. good kills coming through. Look at Phelpsy. 8 kills already. No deaths either. Purely positive. Had that drop shot win as well, and a couple of kills down there. Boltok's going to get placed here. Both sides. Upgrade's going to come through on the Boltok on the left there for Team 24.
See if HPJC can replicate that previous round and one for it. Has to be said, it's been impressive so far in District. Flashes out here from Phelpsy. Not too sure if he'll land on too many there, but he's going to very happily wait on the cover for the push to come through. He is going to drop on down, but Jack is going to be there to maybe clean things up. Shot's going to go in the direction of HPJC as Marsh is going to be dropped once again. And win that fight over towards the cinema. They get a hold of drop. They get a hold of B. Driving seat, yeah, on District for HPJC.
Yeah, they've looked really good over here on the cinema side. Their opening fights are strong. I think their strength really is they just stay alive so long. You know, we saw it a few times in the previous game on District. First man in basically gets taken out almost instantly, and from there it's a snowball. And HPJC are just so good at delaying that opener that they can get so much damage down, even if they do lose Phelpsy to start with. He managed to get that 1 kill before he falls, and the damage on everyone else is just so good. And now drop shot coming through from Crimson's. The question is, what are they going to do with this advantage? Are they just going to try and hold on? Right now, Marsh has just tucked himself into the B side. Crimson's, see, this is an angle that a lot of people don't really go for, but when Marsh is tucked into that corner on B, you can get an angle on him from far left of Juice, basically where Crimson's is sat now. In the end, they just let him back out, and actually it's going to be 4v4 situation for a bit. Jack's going to die, drop shot's going to get placed down, and won't connect. Won't get the down either. And the cap comes through. This is good play from Team 24. Phelpsy going to die on the other side. Crimson has to make a Hail Mary push. Team 24, even against that drop shot, have made a really nice play there. Solid round from them.
Yep, big plays. Had to be done because it felt like the bleeding was not able to be stopped for a second. HPJC were really running away with District, but now find themselves with a fight on their hands. Team 24 do get around back. Shot grenades on the side for Team 24. HPJC will be 2/3 of the way there. Retro available. Might help them out on the cross just before they get there, but won't affect it too much, I would think. When I say that, over towards the drop shot is where I mean, of course, over towards B2. HPJC. This would be a big round for them. Two-piece, very different scoreline to 3-1.
Absolutely. What I like to call the swing state in Gears. It's a really kind of crucial moment in every single game. The kills coming through from HPJC. They seem to be the team coming out on top here. They have got the kills, 3 to their name, and they're going to start to rotate round. Phelpsy has that drop shot as well, so all the prizes go in the way of HPJC. They get that neutral. Good angle here by Crimson's as well. Will get pushed by Marsh, but it should be round. Yeah, exactly. If Crimson's can just get one shot here, I don't think there's going to be a touch available. HPJC, another good opening, another good rotation, and another good triple cap coming through as 43 seconds is all it takes. Really nicely played, and once again, Phelpsy leading the charge.
That was pretty much flawless, has to be said.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might have been, actually. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they actually lost anybody in that round number 4. But of course, now things turn around a little bit. Move the middle hill over towards Bandstand, and ENF just gets pushed up further towards that cinema. That middle point, though, is still going to be fought over. Still going to be the drop shot that takes priority. Of course, you don't have that double-edged sword if you do lose this one now. Doesn't necessarily mean you lose that middle point. Flashes are out, though. A lot of people flashed up. Obviously, oh, that's a big shot grenade coming in. He should get cleaned up, and this is one of the first times that we've seen Team 24 win this fight over towards the drop. We'll get a hold of it. Lots of shots going to go in, though. Not quite able to safely get a hold of that power weapon. Dragon's taking a lot of damage. I love that angle from Phelpsy. Gotta say, this advantage surely belongs to HPJC in this fight as Jack comes in and cleans up the trash. I do believe that that drop shot is probably gone, though. I can't imagine Team 24 would have allowed HPJC.
It's a little bit harsh. They've only won every single tournament they've played, but...
No, I didn't mean it was a little... I didn't
you said
mean
it now.
clean it. And more so, they were just a little bit weak. It's just, you know, cleaning it up. That's all it was.
It's going to get clipped, and you're going to get called out for that.
Oh, shit. Come on, it wasn't...
Surely not. No. It was a good fight, though. HPJC cleaning up, as you said. Sweeping them away. No drop shot this time around, but looks like they don't really need it as they start to put forward. HPJC lots of damage down. Nash is doing a lot of work here. Domination once again ticking in, and Strikers has absolutely no route towards that bottom side. 4-1. And you know, this could be the, I think at least, man, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the most one-sided map we've seen between these two teams so far.
I want to say that Team 24 actually won this map last time relatively convincingly. I want to say it was maybe last week, actually.
5-1, 5-2, something like that.
I think it was 5-1.
Things getting flipped on their head.
Yeah.
Torpo going down. Oh, now we're talking.
Oh. Bruce Valentine's Day has just made up.
That's it, let me sit up. My lover.
Okay, that was a bit...
Literally no one's going towards it.
Seriously?
HPJC have
said, I mean, they are, but I mean, HPJC ain't putting as much stock into it.
Yeah, they don't want it at all. And I find it interesting how Cougars still goes in for that fight. You know, they've made that split. They've made that decision to go neutral hill, second power weapon, 2v4, but decide to still commit to that really brazen push. And I think you almost need, I don't know, maybe they're just trying to get that drop shot kill, or, you know, kill the person who picks it up or something like that, so they can play with their power weapon and not really have anything on board. But Phelpsy's going to get a free kill here because Dragons has absolutely no spatial awareness and could get taken out. Easy kill from Phelpsy. This should be an easy round. Rotation's going to come through. This should be a kill on Strikers as far as anyone can see. They know where he is. Flashbang's going to go in. Shock's going to go in, rather. And it's perfectly placed. Strikers is going to fall, and they don't even need to kill him out. They're just going to try and cap the hills here as Cougars get damaged up by that drop shot. Good kill coming in from Crimsons. This is going to be pretty straightforward as far as rounds go. Crimson just needs to get one more kill. He's not going to be able to get it, but his teammates should be able to come clean this one up. There's a fight going on at E Hill as well, which might be keeping Team 24 alive for now. It is Marsh versus Jack. Jack's going to win that one.
Tell you what, Team 4 are actually still in this. They managed to lock D in. About 90 point to 100 point difference. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, has to be said. And let's see if they can make a push work here. Problem is, look at the line of players for HPJC here. Set up over towards Cinema. One in blue, two over down towards E. It's a very, very nice spot for HPJC to be in. 22nd win condition as well. Sticking on down as Marsh now drops. This is looking more and more like map number 3. Going to be locked in here. Between these two teams is Team 24 will fall to the wayside. It was 5-1 last time these two played on District. It will be 5-1 again, but this time in the opposite direction. HPJC tie things up emphatically on District, and we will be heading towards a map number 3.
We will indeed, and you know, you have to give credit there. Phelpsy really, really strong in those opening rounds. So many, you know, initial frags coming through, getting those pretty much crucial kills. And you can see there, look at that, 17 and 7. He's got more kills than the other team combined. 3 kills, 2 kills, 4 kills for the side of Team 24. When have you ever seen them shut down that aggressively, that difficult? You know, they just couldn't get a kill on the board, to be honest with you. Phelpsy had more than all of them combined. Fantastic play. And you know what? Actually, that was a really strong performance all around. Even that torque bow didn't really phase them. They said, you know what? We know what our win condition is, and that's winning that opener for that drop shot and rotating from there. And they stuck to their guns. They played it out. Didn't get drawn away by that torque bow. Really well played.
Yeah, honestly, just outstanding game from HPJC. I honestly can't remember the last time we seen Team 24 with a kind of scoreboard like that. As you said, what was it? Maybe 8 kills between them or something over those 6 rounds. And they're sort of famous for being one of the teams that can really put up those numbers, aren't they? And the fact that they get sort of dealt with like that on District. In map number 2 is maybe not a good omen for map number 3, to be honest with you, or will they come bouncing back? It's not like you can go and say that it's a bad map for them. I said they beat them 5-1 last week. Things just didn't really work out. I don't know if they just weren't expecting the drop shot to be dropped after round number 1 out from HPJC. Maybe that's a factor in this one, of course, but I think for Team 24, it's back to the drawing board on District, but here and now is that we're over towards a map number 3 between these two. Which way is it going to go? I'm interested to see what map it is going to be between them. I'm trying to think of something. Foundation, potentially?
Exhibit.
Oh, God almighty.
From the wire, from the powers that be. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit slow and steady. We're gonna go from a very frantic District to something a little bit more reserved, and it's gonna be an interesting map. These two teams have got a lot of history on Exhibit. That is something we kind of have to cover a little bit here. Going back to that EU Pro League, we casted a lot from the EGL studio, and we saw this map a lot between these two teams, and it did go back and forth. And we have to say, HPJC, for the majority of it, they did have the upper hand on Exhibit. They were the better team, but by the end of it, we did see that old rated R now. Well, Team 24, not Black Hawk Down, Team 24 team, they were the ones that were, a little bit more confident on it, a little bit more aggressive on it, and they came through and they started to take those maps, from the old Elevate guys. So, be interesting to see how it falls this time around. Advantage, in my opinion, HPJC going into this. They look really good. They look on form. They've not got the kind of pressure of it being a grand final either, right? They've got another game coming up, and this is just a step in that process for them. So, be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I mean, last week it was an HPJC win between these two. On Exhibit specifically, they just slowed it down. So at the same time, though, when it went to the last map, when it went to District, it was 5-1, of course, to the side of Team 24 last week. So the fact that it's now been District 5-1 over towards HPJC, technically, does it mean that? I don't know if it really means too much. But, we know that it was close nonetheless. I believe it was 5-3 off the top of my head. A relatively close game. So maybe it's the time for HPJC to get something done. I do believe we are loading into the map as well. So this semi-final will be very, very shortly in this map between these two. And once again, just a shout out to the players for giving the rivalry, for giving us these matchups every week. I don't believe it went to a map number 3 between these two. And the trend does indeed continue as we head over towards Exhibit. So give me something a little bit more lively for that's what I want.
Looks like you're going to get it here.
I want to see them scrapping.
Yeah, well, this is part of the parcel, though, right? Like, I think, we've seen maps like Foundation, we've seen maps like District. Those are your scrappy maps. This is your tactical team play map. This is one for those that like to kind of think about the larger game rather than those scrappy, very close quarters fights. And it's an interesting map in its own right. It plays like nothing else, and yeah, it can be a bit slow at times, but there's something to be loved about that kind of tactical play and seeing how the teams do open up the map each round, and one of those maps where you do get to see that at its finest, even if it is a little slow at times.
So it is going to be Team 24 to lock in that first controller B, but the overextension coming through from Phelpsy. HPJC trying to distract away from this. They have pulled 2 members of Team 24 away from the middle of the map. Can they get anything going? Not quite, because everybody else has moved over from top bridge as well. Marsh is going to find a nice kill on the Jack, and all of a sudden, Team 24 looking good. I say that. Crimson's probably has no right to find even 1 kill there, but will be cleaned up. Team 24 on the drawing board will try and get a hold of B. They actually lost B in that process, which is quite surprising considering HPJC distracting long enough. Strikers deals with Hydrone as well, though. Team 24 looking to get a hold of B here.
Yeah, indeed. Good play there. Checking all the corners, making sure no one can find a route through. Good kill by Cougars as well, just staying out of vision. We'll get another kill. Looking for his 3rd in a row. Will not be able to get that as Phelpsy shuts him down. Are going to maybe able to get something? No, we'll get down, and the revive's going to be quick, actually. We'll see Phelpsy fall. Marsh trying to push up a bot walk, as we like to call it, but in the end it's effective and manages to kill Jack himself.
Marsh called up. Make this push through. Trying to clean up where they can. Dragons is going to drop those, so that will deter them away from maybe looking for that final piece of the puzzle in round number 1, but still. Score lead is theirs. The win condition is theirs. It's about 50-point difference as well. Cougars having the back on down here up top. This team are in a good spot here, has to be said. Keep an eye on their home hill, though. That's really why they're defending up top in this bridge area. Could do with getting rid of Crimsons. Will do so. Still a fight going on here, though, and they will win those out. But looking towards the bottom side of the map, the team have lost them. Phelpsy Cup and being able to push through towards a HPJC, starting to dominate. The decap's going to be enough for them, though. But Phelpsy will back down. Everybody else starts dropping.
Gonna be enough?
I don't know if it's going to be enough. Swarm win condition. Not for long, though. Our team coming in. They've got a slight advantage. Looking to get a hold of B. They're going to not be able to lock it in. Team 24, though. Surely it's still theirs. Surely they're still going to walk away as round winners here. Hydro goes down as Dragons makes that final push. And just about Team 24 get it done. That was an intense one. Bloody hell. I mean, I was just thinking, oh, it's done and dusted, but that fight towards B makes it very, very close.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one to kind of play around that B hill. So many angles onto it. You know, once you're down there as well, you basically cut off that jump over unless there's a really good flash grenade coming in. So definitely makes it a difficult one to push and to get hold of as well. You know, a lot of angles into that B hill from both sides and, of course, the middle. What's going down for both teams. Standard procedure here. The exhibit kind of weapon placements here in the lower circle. They always get built up first. They're on the way to pretty much every single fight, so no surprise to see those ones being dropped in first. You can hear the shots just shooting across, echoing through the exhibit here as teams just start to settle down a little bit, and we got to look at where the numbers lie. In general, seems like both teams with a very similar setup. Flash grenade's going to go on the left side though, as they think that Cougars might be the play, but really good fire coming through to down Hydro before he can even move. It's probably a bolt onto the head that happened.
Powerful weapon.
It is indeed. He drops so quickly. Yep. Marsh going to go down now, and the push should come through. Back and forth on the elbow. You're going to see downs on both Cougars and Marsh. Dragons is going to fall as well. Only Striker's alive. Where is he? He's at the home hill. Flashbang's going to be out. Just trying to delay. Only going to delay for a few seconds, but is it going to be a few seconds enough?
The best thing that he can do, and that's try and stay alive to help this push coming on through. Team 24 are going to be able to make it on through, but can they find the kills on the other side? It's looking less and less likely. That's a swarm domination coming on through. HPJC will level things up here in map number 3. No result from the other semi-final as far as I'm aware. Maradona and Snail and Slug still going at it. If anyone in the chat does have any updates, please do let us know. And see, nothing has changed on the bracket, so nobody's reported their scores. Retro is probably going to be on either side of things here for it, as expected. Nothing too fancy usually on this map when it comes to weapon placements. Very rare we see anything different outside the mirror image, if you like.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. I think just on the other side of things, I've just seen Zool and Breaker and co lose Harbor 5-3. So I believe that might be Maradona going through, but I'll have to get confirmation on that. What's going on what I've seen on Zool's stream there. I believe that was the second map going over to Maradona.
Maradona potentially waiting in the final for one of these two. I think both these two teams will be feeling confident in the victory over Maradona if they can do. They can find their way through. Marsh with good play though. He's going to get taken down eventually, but not before. Crimsons follows him. Hydron jumping in, B not quite able to go over towards HPJC. Bit of a stalemate so far in round number 3.
Shows the difficulty of getting control of this B hill by the time you've cleaned up a couple of kills. The next do a back off spawn here. Cougars gets that kill on Jack. Dragon's going to jump down to support, and you can see the flank coming through now. Phelpsy should go down. Will be a trade 1-for-1 as Marsh also falls. Cougars in a bit of a rough spot here. Will be okay. He's got his teammate in tow just to get that revive if he needs it. B-Hill going to get decapped though by Crimson. Cougar's going to get fall. Gonna get fall. That is the most terrible English. Gonna get fall as he gets shot in the side. Aye, they are. They really are. Kills coming through from Hydro now. Looking for his second. He's trying to find kill on Cougars. Does get it. Brilliant play by Hydro.
And well, we'll hop over now as well to try and get rid of Strikers. Still in control of B here, and ultimately the win condition with it. 5 seconds remaining here. Strikers was tantalizing with the edge there and trying to get a hold of something, but Hydro trying to push through. Has got a lot of damage down to Dragons as well, but the fire coming in from the spawn side of Team 24. Nonetheless, Dragons will go down. Marsh might follow him as well as Hydro ready and waiting. Those second shots. Not quite there. The third is there as well. Were they letting them know about that, were they?
Yeah, a little bit of teabagging there. I'm not sure.
Just a touch.
At 1-1, that's the best thing to be doing, but you know what? Warm. They're ahead. 50-point lead. 22nd on the win condition. Cougars trying to overextend here, trying to get that decap on C. Will get caught out. Will get taken out. It's going to be opportunity over in terms of that lengthy flank. Crimson's just going to go down here to Dragons. Marshall will get the clean, but points-wise, Swarm in such a good position here. No one anywhere near that C hill, and it doesn't really matter what's going to go down. I don't think there's enough time for anyone to rotate round. C hill is still in HPJC's control, and as is the round, as they go 2-1 up. Back and forth here for sure.
Then we got HPJC 1-1, as you said. And just to confirm, yep, it is going to be Maradona in that grand final. Very good tweet now. GG's to the Italians. And that seems to be the roster for Hellboy and Slugman now going forward. Rightfully so. Put in a good performance this week. Did well against 3 times Rowdy. Hopefully, as time goes on, they will just get better and better. These two teams, though, are just so evenly matched. It has been Team 24 who has consistently been coming out on top, but it has not been easy for them. It really has been down to the wire most times, and feels like we may be heading to that very same wire in this game number 3. This is going to be flashed up for a second time. We'll be pushed out now by Hydro. A little there. To be there, I should say, to help in the middle of the map. Cougars now going to be pinched in from up top. Hydro finds that kill. This should be HPJC getting a hold of B.
Should be indeed. Phelps just needs to stay alive here. Should have a teammates across from him in just a second. You can see he's really trying to draw Marsh out. Just get that down. Does have a little bit of help from his friends. In the end, good play there from HPJC, knowing their angles. Find that opening kill, and then they start to push across. You see now, we're going to push across. Strikers, Dragons. A little bit of a quest here across the top bridge. Dodged the lasers. They found their way through towards the home hill here of HPJC. They're trying to make the play here onto Phelps. They do get that kill. Was a meat shield coming through. Strikers dropped almost instantly. Crimson should be afforded a free kill here, but in the end he misses it. Dragons makes him pay. Breath of Fire will mean that that goes his way, and the home hill with it as well. Points though still in the way of HPJC. Domination going to tick through though. Just a few seconds. Flash grenade goes the wrong way. B-Hill, there's a fight still going on, Ton. As Marsh is fighting Jack here. Replacement.
I'll get a hold of him. He's being traded left, right, and center here though. Ultimately though, it looks like Team 24 are going to come off better on that exchange. B and C in their control. Hydro and Kodo. Looks like a couple of them going over the top of the bridge, and this Dragon's going to be ready and waiting. Yes, he is. Shot's going to go in. It's probably going to have to back on down though. Plenty of members of HPJC making their way here, but Team 24 now have an opportunity to make that rotation back around. Striker's going to take a couple of bullets, but Hydro and Co just posturing a little bit here, waiting for their teammates to maybe make a move down low. And then we'll see something happen. Dragons trying to bait out the push. Hydro and Co. Battle of patience here. It's now HPJC. Have a free route through. They get a hold of B. What's the move here for Hydro and Co? What do they choose to do? Looks like a push over towards the C side down. Hydro overextend towards the back, try and deal with Dragons. He already took quite a lot of bullets though, so has to be very, very careful. You know how dangerous Dragons is in these situations, but he's been forced away from C, if only momentarily. See now, not quite in the hands of HPJC. The fight over towards B is went Team 24's way as Dragons finds both over towards C. And at the crucial time, Team 24 seem to be getting control and have control of that win condition as well. Jack now trying to make the push over towards Cougars. Can't try and find the kill. Crimson's and Jack now. Gonna drop one down. 5 seconds. Nothing really in the offing here for HPJC. Team 24 round. It's 2 apiece between these two. Long drawn out rounds. Once again, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. We're all tied up.
We are indeed, and really good round there from both teams actually. Very, very close map. Love to see the two teams going back and forth on any map. Exhibit's also actually playing pretty well. You know what? You said it was going to be a little bit slow. I'm finding that this is quite a nice pace. I think both teams are kind of, you know, taking it into their own wheelhouse a little bit to make plays, to really find those kills on the opener, and it's not been, you know, too drawn out. I've found that it's been quite quick actually, as teams do try and get some control over those side alleyways. Incendiaries might slow it down a little bit though this time around.
This one's going to come in. All the Cougars finding killing a Jack. The team able to get much control, I say that. Team 24 going to be able to push on through, and it's just that one-man advantage. It makes all the difference for HPJC, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, for Team 24 this time around, specifically just on this map. You find that one kill down low, and all of a sudden there's an angle you don't have to worry about. You can concentrate on the push maybe coming in over the top of the rails or something like that, but that's what's helped Team 24. That opening break went their way every time they found the opening kill.
Interesting
looking for a route. Yeah, they're looking for a route over the bridge here, Fruit.
Yeah, they are. They're going to flashbang down to that hill, but nothing really gained from that. Both flashbangs wasted, and actually I think they might have to about this one. Maybe a little bit of a brazen play there by Dragons comes through and it's caught out. Phelps is going to die to an incendiary, but a 2v1 situation on the home hill now. Should see strikers die, and one more kill from Jack. Oh, he has not back-aided that at all. He just slid to it and gifted Cougars. Still there as Crimson's going to fall down. Pretty straightforward, to be honest with you, from Dragons. Cougars taking the 2v1. Hydrone's going to be in a bad spot, especially with that roll, and Team 24 now have full control over this. 100 points almost in the bag ahead, and lots of kills going their way. Cougars will get taken out. Meat Shield's going to go the way of Jack Vex, but he's got someone behind him, someone in front of him. He's going to go down. He's off to that respawn queue once again. Cog team win condition pops up, 15 seconds on the clock. This is pretty straightforward. You can see Dragons. He knows that it's over. He knows that no one's going to get anywhere near his home hill in time. 24 are going to take the lead here.
It almost feels like rounds on Exhibit are won well before the timer actually ticks on through, doesn't it? That's the thing. Team 24 very much in control of that round all the way through. 2 rounds away for them now, though. 3-2. HPJC got some work to do here. It's been those first kills down, though. As soon as they've lost that, all controls went over towards Team 24, and they just kind of run with it.
Room with the option.
Nothing in particular. Yeah, I mean, I'd be very surprised if it's anything, but
things as is. I don't think they need to worry too much. HPJC, they've had a couple of round wins. They've had some interesting plays, some good plays, and I think they need to go too heavy right now. Might see something big going down, but the question is, you know, if you put something big down, where'd you put it? The only other option really is up top, and are they going to fight on top? I don't really know. You give up so much. Both teams slowing down a little bit.
yeah.
They're very cautious of these incendiaries. You know, one little move. You can see Jack, he can't push up quite as far as he normally would because he'll just get incendied by Cougars here. Sitting in the aquarium. He's out the fish for a few seconds. There's that incendiary coming through, and this is what I mean. You cannot move. That should be an incendiary on the floor as well for Jackfex if he finds it. He has. Kill's going the way, though. Here of HPJC as they do start to clean that one up. Fire has disappeared. Jack will rotate. See there's a fight going down over on the home hill as well. T24 are off spawn. Jack here in support. I think what they'll do now is just try and back off a little bit, use this incendiary as a little bit of a deterrent. The Lancer angle's coming through.
Jack and go though. Very much in control of this one, but not many points on the board for either team. Win condition is still a good minute away, and well, that's a pretty unuseful incend coming on through. Jack though, can he get anything going here? Hydron's actually going to find a down or two. He's going to be cleaned up, but can Jack work his magic? Could have an incend right about now, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be bad.
Good enough on the Cougars. Surely he gets cleaned up here. It's a little bit of damage down, but not quite enough. And now, U24 should be able to get a hold of B. Win condition will go over towards them as well. 70 seconds for them to lock this round in and find themselves on not just map, but match point. Crimson's being isolated just a little bit here as Team 24 get very, very aggressive. Because of that, Hydron overextends all the way through. We'll pick up F. Very much completely uncontested.
Yeah, he slipped the net there. Absolutely. He's going to get taken out. You know, he's got a little bit of support up top, but realistically, he's just playing his life. He's just trying to draw as much attention away. And you know, if he trades 1 for 1, it's a good play. If not, it's still a decent play. That said, though, Jackfex in his 1v1.
Yep.
Rough.
Yeah, Team 24 have had to pull 3 members out there. They've pulled 3 members back to their home hill. But HPJC haven't found anything on the other side of things for that.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. I mean, they made the right play. They committed someone upstairs to come try and help on that home hill, but it just really wasn't the play. Play was the B hill, the E hill, sorry. Neutral hill. In the end, they're just going to give Team 24 an opportunity to come back through. They left Jack in that 1v1. There was not enough support, really, to gain any good points from it, and now Team 24, once again, second half, looking very, very good. 4-2 up now. Looking at that scoreboard, who's doing well? Dragons, Cougars, both doing very, very well. Both representing Spain, of course. Very good Spanish players. Both doing very well in this game as well. And we go into it now. HPJC, they are on elimination point, essentially. They have to win now 3 in a row. Grenade's going to go down. Lots of grenades to worry about now. This is going to make this so slow, so difficult. Whoever connects the best grenade, though, is probably going to be in a really good situation coming out of the back of this.
Yep. Yep. It feels that way. All these rounds have been relatively close. We haven't seen many dominations come on through. Andrew and Uncoda need to be a little bit more perfect. 3 rounds in a row is what it's going to take. Get one on the board and start building from there. Maybe something can pay off, but it's felt like every time Team 24 being the ones to find that first down, or that first blood at least.
Oh.
Marsh gonna, I mean, I have no idea what happened there. That was weird.
Big flank from Marsh coming through, but Phelps, he had his number as well, and now, yeah, HPJC looked to be on the bad end of that, but they're coming out potentially with this E-hill. This should be... oh, maybe not. I was going to say this should be a kill for Phelpsy, but support was there for Cougars. And I've got the luxury of a mini-map, so I'm not sure why I thought that. But anyway, Phelpsy in a bit of a rough spot. We'll go down here, trying to get to his teammate. Revive's going to come through. Good flashbang coming out, but headshot on the other side. Strikers will find a kill. Cougars falls as well. Strikers gets a second headshot in a row, and Hydron is going to die. Phelpsy's so weak. 1 bullet will be the end of him, but he's going to get out. Going to scarper back, wait for their teammates off spawn.
Dragons are looking very good for the win here. This will be 5 out of 5 wins against HPJC. As far as I'm aware, top of my head, I think it is the 5th time they played each other.
Be the 4th time they played each other.
HPJC not come in week number 2?
No, it was a bit of a weird squad in that second week. It was Eddie and co, the Oxygen guys with Crimson.
Oh, okay.
So there was a bit of bit of a squad there, but it wasn't quite this exact squad. But they played week 3 in the quarterfinals when it was still best of 1. And 24 went through and won there. And the last 2 times have been in that grand final.
HPJC though, need to make this push over towards the back. They do so. Looks like they're going to be able to force their way through. As Cougars is the first one to drop, as is Dragons. Now they got their eyes on E, as do Team 24 here, but HPJC could get something going. Marsh is the last one to kind of deal with for now. They're going to get a hold of E, but they need to go back and make sure that they keep a hold of D as well. Cougars going to make the push on through. Will maybe just deny HPJC for a little while. Dragon's going to drop as well. This should be around over to HPJC. It will be around over to HPJC. 4-3 now. Not done or dusted. Team 24 probably had control a little bit longer in that round, but ultimately HPJC are the ones to find those kills. Hydron's sitting on 23 kills right now. It's finding them, but it feels as if they're being found maybe later in the round where the push is having to come through, but it's maybe just a little bit too little too late.
Maybe a little bit. Definitely was a difficult push for HPJC there, but they got the kills, right? They found those moments that they needed, and they live yet another round. Some grenades getting locked out this time around, so less utilities, less options down bottom, but still going to be so dangerous down there. First kill will absolutely have a great advantage. It's good damage down on Marsh, actually, from Hydron. He's going to rotate round just in case the push came through. There is someone up top peppering Phelpsy in the side. Hydron, does he know what to do at this point in time? He's going to have to back off a little bit. Strikers, he's going to get pushed up top. You can see there is a member up top from HPJC as well. Flashbang going to go down. No movement coming through at all from Dragons. He knows he's safe. He knows he has 2 members of his team peppering from either side. Decap going to come through from Hydron, but he's going to get flanked potentially from both sides here.
Drone, not in the best of spots. Well dealt with by Team 24. Looking like they are going to lock E in here as well. Cougars pushing around just to try and solidify that. I wouldn't have hated it if he just stayed on the point and got a hold of that, but Cougars pushes nonetheless. Obviously now going to be in position to do something here. His team maybe dropped around him though, and that was why he decided to try and find the kill then. Maybe sacrifice themselves just to get a hold of E momentarily. Ultimately though, HPJC are going to be the ones in control. Are we heading towards around number 9 here once again? Well played by Cougars. Waiting this time, and Strikers providing the covering support as well. Hydron, bad spot, dead. Team 24 now making this push over towards D. Domination's in the offing here as Jack's going to have to back on down. The rest of the team going to have to be here very quickly. Cougars to find a lingering shot. Domination is ticking, but only momentarily. Kills starting to come through here, and there's going to be Phelpsy to find one and the second as well. Dragons is dropped. Marsh will make the overextension, and will back on down from that as well. Team 24, they smelt blood there through.
They did, but the question is has HPJC realized what Team 24 are up to? The 2 remaining members, they have realized. The 2 remaining members poised up top, trying to find a couple of sneaky kills. They were hoping someone would rotate up top, get that free kill, rotate down towards the D hill. No one did from HPJC. They went for that E hill instead. Probably the wiser choice here, but now the opportunity is here for Team 24 to try and get into the D cap. Marsh with that left hand will try and get something going, but will get taken down. Will get revived. Should be pretty good here, but the crossfire is brilliant coming through from Phelpsy on that right-hand side. Bit of a flank coming through. Good wrap shot by Strikers. We've got to look at the points as well. COG team will still win, but the kills potentially coming through here for HPJC. Hydron is going to get flanked. He's going to be in a real world of pain here if he's not careful. Cougars has to find the flank, has to go around the long way. Crimsons takes the shortcut, and the damage is down on Cougars, but 2 fantastic shots from Cougars come through. Make that 3, make that 4. This should be the map going over to Team 24. No one able to get anywhere near the F hill. E hill in full control. Team 24, they are going to do it again. Yet again, they find a way to win over HPJC. 5-3, 2-1 in maps. They go through to your grand final once again.
They just look so dominant, don't they? They really do. I say dominant, it's always close, but they always seem to come out on top. Team 24. Black Hawk Down, whatever you want to call them, once again find themselves in a grand final. And they just look oh so strong. HPJC, it's back to the drawing board once again, but I mean, it's just becoming expected week in, week out that it is going to be Black Hawk Down or Team 24 in that grand final. Just who against? Usually HPJC. It will not be this time. That game happens in the semi-finals, but we got a good grand finals coming up after this through. It is going to be Maradona taking on Team 24. We're going to go for a short break. We'll be back with that grand final after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series. It is the grand finals coming off after quite some wait. Gears players, you like hanging around in between games. We know that. Let's not get it twisted. We've been here for quite some time, waiting on the lobby getting up and running, but let's have a look at the brackets to see how things are broken down so far this evening. Let's have a look through it, how we find ourselves here. Team 24, aka Black Hawk Down, find themselves in the grand final once again. HPJC with their latest victims. A final that we've seen quite a number of times so far is ending up being a semi-final this week. HPJC fall once again, but Maradona have worked their way through their side of the bracket and will meet Team 24 again. What will be probably an interesting grand final through.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? I mean, these two teams, they have met up a couple of times. The times they have met up have been in the grand final, and it's been a good game, but Team 24 has taken it 2-0 both times, so we're expecting them to be coming in as our at least predicted number one. But you know what?
Yeah,
we had questions after the first time these guys met up. Was that week one a fluke? They got there the second week. They got there the third week into the final. Did Maradona, and the last couple of times they've had tough games against HPJC, which have seen them not get to that final. But they're a good team. They've absolutely got a chance to take it to Team 24 here, and Asylum first map could be an interesting one to do it so on.
It could be. I do believe we are actually loading in the game as well, so we're going to get this grand final underway in a second. I think this is a final we have seen before, and most of the time it is going to be Black Hawk Down or Team 24 who do come out on top. But Maradona very much, if they can step it up a level, we know they have the ability. That has never been the question between these two. The ability has always been there for Maradona. Can they convert that into a map win here against 24? It's going to be a tough one. Week 6 grand final. Here we go, though. Team 24 taking on Maradona. Asylum to kick things off. Let's see who's going to come out on top in this one for him. I think it should be a good one.
Yeah, I think so, right? We talked a little bit about, Snail Boy Slugman's game against Maradona earlier. We said the kind of key for them really was to find this kill on Pains, and from there it should be a pretty easy unfold for the rest of the team. And he's that superstar player, isn't he, for this roster as Pains? He's a very, very strong ex-Pro League kind of top-level competitor, playing with, his teammate will agree, a bunch of friends now, rather than that kind of super team that he was used to playing on in the Pro League. But these guys are also very good as well. Crisis, week in, week out, does impress.
Got anything going yet? Crisis doing well. Marsh is going to fall down. And Maradona looking like they are going to get first bit a little bit of control over towards B, but ANC has fallen over towards Team 24. Looking solid for them. More than happy to do this extension over the bridge. I think you're right. Like, Pains is definitely the talisman for this team. Guy who can really give them that little bit of magic. But as I said, we've seen time and time again on this roster. Everybody else are on the roster are very, very strong. There's no doubt about that. Pains is on his game. He is firing the way we know he can. You really do look a threat to anybody. Right now, though, behind in this game, Team 24, very much just dictating the pace, controlling what they need to. Pains in maybe a little bit of a difficult spot, but B nonetheless has went over towards Maradona, but Team 24 have really been in control of those home hills for quite some time.
Yeah, they have indeed, and fight pretty much at the tracks has just constantly gone the way of Maradona. It's interesting to see just where the kind of focus lays for both of these teams. Pains getting the spot off spawn, be able to track that one in. There's 3 of them off spawn, 4 of them off spawn, but none of them are anywhere near. And it's going to be Maradona that gets that opening domination. Took 2 minutes to find, but in the end, it's a pretty convincing one. No scrappy fight at the end there. Lots of kills going the way of that swarm side. Not so many on the side of Team 24 there, but like always, I'm sure Team 24, they start to come in their own about round 2, round 3. Once they really start to get a bit of a understanding of how the other team's playing, they start to break them down, they start to make stronger plays, and that's where the kind of kills start to come through.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily slow starter, but they're very much a team who will take a second to just maybe download the information to figure out the best way to play, as you said. Voltox either side of things. And cause some issues over towards the train tracks. Crisis and Pains, the one spearheading this attack, and Pains is going to be the first one there. Very, very aggressive straight off the rip. And Strikers will have to back on down just as he takes a couple of shots there. Dragons are going to find the first kill up onto Marco, and that's over towards the bridge side of things. Crisis. Oh, you would expect him to maybe do a touch better there. Strikers is going to go down. Marsh, helping hand, but either way, it is going to be Maradona who walk away with B, albeit momentarily. A and C being locked in here by Team 24. There was a potential for a domination about to tick on through, and I imagine the chase over towards A will come through though. Domination ticking in 1, and just about got there over towards A. Marco is able to get the break over towards B as well. It's a good job he did as Dragons won the fight over towards A. B fight's still ongoing. Marco trying his best to stay alive as long as he can. He is eventually going to go down, but that's going to give his team enough time. Get enough of the respawn. Little bounces will get there. Maradona will survive, but this far through, only 35 points to their name. Not necessarily the best start to the second round for them.
No, definitely not quite as good on the control down at B side as they were last round. They've got quite a big deficit to overcome here. Need to string a couple of kills together. They've not really been able to find anything this round. It starts really with that, you know, that push there from Crisis. Had the ball talk, didn't quite connect like he wanted to. Made a push. Fortunate, you know, attempt at back A, and in the end, Team 24, they do make it count. Strikers is hitting bricks like that. Support from his team can be quite helpful here, but Cougar's not able to offer really anything. We'll get a couple of kills though. We'll get that cap down, but interesting to see what's going on the other side of the map. Little bounces ends up in a little 2v1 as well. So played by Team 24 across the board here. Another kill coming through. Pain's quite easily dealt with, to be honest.
Really should. Crisis is going to get there, but they're ready to line up and wait for the kills to come their way. Dragons finds 2, and yeah, he'll want to chase the 3rd. Doesn't need to though. Team have already locked around in. 1 apiece. Convincing from Team 24 there, has to be said. Very much a dominant round from them. Even in the kills department though. Thinking at round number 3, I wouldn't expect anything too crazy to be dropped just yet through. Although I wouldn't be against it.
No, me neither. I'd like to see something in the kind of pavilion area, but I don't quite think this is the round that we're going to see it. To be fair, I don't think this is the map that we're going to see it. I think we'll see grenades. I think we'll see shocks come out, incendiaries come out. Maybe something at the entrance to fight over like a drop shot, but these two teams, they're not really... I'm gonna put this out there. I don't think these two teams are innovators in any way, shape, or form, really. They kind of just... They play one way, they follow a trend, and they play it really, really well. Really
I'd probably agree with you in fairness. Yeah, they're very much just about their game, aren't they?
Yep.
They know what they're good at, and they kind of just stick to it. Which is most of the time, kind of just getting their head down, sprinting at people, and seeing how it plays out. Most of the time for Team 24, it really does play out in the best possible way. Price is going to go down though. Marsh doing a lot of damage, and will be able to back on down. His team will get a hold of B. They have lost A momentarily as a push comes through from Maradona across the bridge, but 3 members from Team 24 now making their way to try and find out what's going to go on with this one. But Marsh dealing with bounces very, very effectively there. Now the push is going to start coming in over towards C. We've got defense over towards B side. Cougar's going to go back and help out there. The markups coming in as well. Dragons having to back off, but Maradona looking to get aggressive somewhere. Need to make a choice of, do they go back defend C, which is potentially under threat here from Team 24? Do they just set up the line and try to pick away at B? As if the latter is the option. Dragons setting themselves up, is going to go down. Maybe some potential here for Maradona. Comes out from Marco as well. Good shots. There you go. Probably didn't mean to do that though.
No, a bit of a waste of a flashbang, but yeah. Kills come through. Bit of a celebration of the talent kill.
Names on the cards, but 24 are overextended over towards C as well. Still a very even round. Maradona couldn't use that advantage that they had there to get something going. Pains is going to back on down though, and it looks like maybe this time around can get something going. Everybody dead, but looking towards B. Cougars well set up. Knew the threat was there for the A and C cap. Because all efforts from Maradona to make that push.
Bounces in a bit of a rough spot here. Does have a bit of backup coming through, but Dragons just peppering. A lot of damage down, putting a lot of pressure here on this home hill. Cougars gets that double coming through. C-Hill should go the way. There is two-man push over towards the A-Hill here, the home hill of Team 24, but eventually this will become a collapse. Hear the Talon just ringing out in the background, can't you? Real distinct noise.
High pitched. Team 24 though looking in a good position here. And B in their favor. It's a big fight over towards C. On board with Cougars to try and get something done. He's just going to be able to make a very, very easy move in. Don't think they're actually going to get that. It's going to be another round to Team 24. Back and forth though, that one.
Yeah, very back and forth. Maradona putting up a good showing here, to be honest with you. You know, that they absolutely are coming in as the lower seed and the underdog in this grand final, but I think so far from what we've seen, it's been pretty even. Like, that round was 200 to a domination, but the score was 200. A fight going in the way of Maradona right at the end there would have seen this round flip, 2-1 the other way. So I really don't think that they're out at all at this point. My question is once it gets to the more kind of organized team fights up top, how do they fare on that bridge? How do they match up against Team 24 when it comes to larger scale team engagements? I'm starting to think Maradona might find that a little bit more difficult. Strikers with that opening down. Crisis yet to be cleaned up, but revive does come through. Kill's going across the board over this side of things as Marsh with that bolt up trying to find some heads. Bit of damage down on Payne. He's not quite able to find the kill. Now we'll get pushed upon.
Yep, Marshall's going to be taken down. We'll go player by Crisis. Good aggressive player by Maradona. Taking the kills and running with it just straight through towards C potentially, but this time around Team 24 very wet. And the push that will be coming on through. We'll extend over towards A. Look for a push over towards B. They've got themselves split a little bit here. A bit of a pinch potentially. A lot of good Lancer fire coming out of Strikers as well. Cougar's going to find the kill with the retro on Crisis. And now Cougars, can he find another in the middle? Yes, he can. B is looking dangerous for Team 24. Dragons is here defending it. Needs some help from the rest of his team, though. That is a ridiculous shot into bounces, though. And here comes the cleanup crew. Domination locked in just like that. Team 24, and that's 3 rounds in a row.
3 solid rounds there. Cougars at the top there. Doing real well. Lots of kills to his name. I think in general, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Team 24, they don't often start ridiculously strong. The first round's always a bit, bit touch and go, no matter who they're playing, but rounds 2, 3 onwards, that's where they really shine. And we've seen it here. Maradona able to get that jump on them in round 1, but as soon as Team 24 figure out what Maradona did, they start to just a little bit of momentum. They break them down, they get that second round in, and now look, 3-1 up. Sentries, shock grenades in play, Boltox in play as well. E-Hill also in play. We reached that halfway point. Good shock grenades coming out. Strikers should be able to get something out of this. Shock grenade in return will down Marsh. Marsh is going to get taken out.
Marsh not necessarily there to help his team out over towards the east side now. Striker's going to have to back on down as well. Good play. And the boys are Maradona. We'll be able to lock this one in over towards E. F in their favor as well. Big push from the D side though coming in towards E, and it looks like Team 24 are going to start setting themselves up for another push to come through. The utility is out to try and help them. Marco and Crisis going to have to back on down now as well. Team 24, they're very aggressive to retake E. Can they get it working? Strikers want to fight on the other side of things as well. In the middle, there's another push coming in from another player, Maradona, around the outside. So there's only 2 of them to deal with here potentially as Crisis goes down. And have Maradona situated their players in the right spot here now. Paynes is overextended over towards D and has survived. Push forward on the Strikers, who will have to back on down. The Paynes running towards you was always a dangerous thing, but too many members of Team 24 around to deal with that one. Oh, that's a misplay from Dragons, but... Oh, I mean, how the hell has he hit that?
That's a very nice little blind fire coming through there. Say, not not the smartest of plays really coming out from Dragons. New brawl in straight into a shotgun, but second kill was definitely very nice. Now the fight goes on up top a little bit here. Pain's the first one down again. The focus from Team 24 actually now 3 kills their way. Making it look a little bit easy. Now Marsh will rotate. Bounce has made that rotation around towards the home hill here of Team 24, but what can he find for it? He will get it down. No, he won't get the kill though. Domination. That will tick in as well.
Oof. Very nearly. Marsh is going to go down. Bill's going to come through from Maradona. Thing is, what commitment from Team 24 to get that picked up. Domination was looking like they couldn't quite lock it in. And after all that, a few of them die. ENF now go in the favor of Maradona, and this round could swing on its head very, very quickly. Looking at the score difference as well, it's negligible. If anything, Maradona will now take the lead. Team 24 will get nothing on the board momentarily. It's their turn to try and fight out. And this from Maradona here. I was about to say they're going to get away very, very cleanly, but look at this Lancer fight coming in. There'll be a lot of weak players from Maradona up there, but that shot grenade is going to slow down this push from Team 24. How is Crisis still alive? Eventually will drop. Now the push is going to start coming on through. Lancer fire is good. Cougars is going to drop, but Marsh gets aggressive and gets forward. As the rest of the team here with him as well. Good fire with the pistol. He is now in their control. 2-cap should do it. And the 3 will do even better. Dragons, does he choose to just stick it for the domination, or will the D-cap be enough? Dragons will drop. Cougars finds a kill in the process though, and they're just trying to pin them back in. Cog team win condition of 20 is going to remain. They're just going to back on down and hold these numbers through.
And I think that's the right decision. I mean, Cougars gets taken out, which is not exactly fantastic, but he's going to come off spawn and will help to defend the home hill. Dragons is down here as well, ready for that 1v1. Will find the kill. No one else there. Team 24 will win the fight up top as well, and they will go 4-1 up.
Good stuff from Team 24. Very, very long round. On decapping. But in the end, Team 24 did really look the stronger, didn't they? Throughout the majority of that round. Maradona did have a glimmer of hope with their push. After nearly getting dominated themselves, I'm very surprised we haven't seen something mixed up here from Maradona, if I'm honest with you. They have the chance to do so now. Still, I think it's one of those situations, though, when... Yeah, I mean, if it was me personally and I was 4-1 down, change the dynamic of the map a little bit, surely.
Yeah, you think so, but I mean, it's difficult at this point, right? Because you've lost pretty much all the rounds on tracks. You've come up top, you've lost this opener up top as well pretty convincingly, and you know, where do you go from that? Do you have something prepared for maybe that mid? Play something a little bit different where you know you have to utilize the entire map, not just one side. I don't know. I think it's something teams have got to consider, right? 4-1 down is the best showing. Pains though finds one, finds two. Pains, can he find a third? He's definitely got a little bit of montage fever. Gets shut down. Marsh now trying to replicate some of Pains' success, isn't able to. It will be Maradona that go through, but you have to think maybe that could have been a little bit cleaner from Pains after making a fantastic play. Kind of got a bit ahead of himself, but doesn't matter. Maradona, they hold the 2-cap. Team 24 though, aggressive, will not want to let this go for too long. Flashbang's out. Rikers finds himself down, and so does Dragons. Actually, good Lancer fire coming through from Maradona.
I think the Twitter first though, bro. I know that's been a conversation between these two teams. Crisis now getting forward as Marsh is going to drop Strikers. Finds 2. That's all alone as well. Maybe he's just a little bit easy. Bounces is overextended over towards F though. Pains is there with him as well. They will have to get the hell out of dodge as Bounce is now very, very weak and about to be very, very dead as well. But oh, I'll tell you what, will they get away? No, Bounces will not. Pains just about by the skin of his teeth. Ultimately though, if you look at the scoreline in the top left corner, Maradona are in the driving seat here in round number 6. Need to convert it into an actual round though. F being locked in will the win condition over towards Team 24, albeit not on our screens. Mexico now making a push over towards D. I feel like when you're watching Team 24, if they ever have an advantage, if you ever give them an inch, they just try to take that little extra mile. Dragons will punish Bounces for the jump over. Crisis, surely the next one sent to the Shadow Realm at this point. There he goes. Pains. Don't even think he could do much about this. Finds 2, but I don't think that will quite be enough. It's Team 24 lock in round number 1 here in the grand finals.
Very solid performance from Team 24 on Asylum. You know, Maradona, they came to play. They had a couple of close rounds there, but just not quite enough. In my opinion, I just think they just lack that little bit of magic that we see from Team 24. Every time there's a fight, Striker's getting that double kill up on E at the end there. There's a couple of signs of weakness from Maradona where they perhaps push a little bit too much, and they could have got a bit of a better advantage out of it. That teams like Team 24 will exploit, and we saw that just then. The fights, Team 24 taking most of them. Even when their home heel's getting pressured, they make the right calls, they're rotating the right way, and that's why they find themselves 5-1 up in that first map. Really strong opening map for them in this grand final, and you know what? If that's anything to go by, this is going to be a pretty quick one at that.
Yeah, the missus will be happy about this. I think at this point, it is technically Valentine's Day, boys. She wants me downstairs. She'll be delighted with the way that these teams are playing, particularly Team 24 after a win there, 5-1 in map number 1. I ain't just trying to flex that I have a missus. All right, boys. I know a lot of people were saying before in the chat. I don't know if they were just taking them. Who was it? Pulses? I think it was.
Probably was.
It probably was. But nonetheless, just such a good performance out of Team 24. That's one of those that, as you said, it's not just the slaying, it's the movement around the map. I think, when I was saying in the middle of the game that, they're very much a head down, get in your face kind of team. They are that, but then they're a little bit more as well, aren't they? They really do know how to play the game properly, but they have that certain rawness about them at times where they can just push in and just be like, right, screw this, we're just going to kill all of you. They do have that in their locker, absolutely. But at the same time, they very much do know what they're doing. They do know how to rotate. They do know how to counteract what the other team are doing at every single point. And they are the strongest team in Europe right now. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Maradona need to turn it around here. I do believe we are loading into map number 2. So let's get things underway. Very, very excited to see if Team 24 can continue their dominance. And I would love to see a team actually go on to beat them. I really would. I want this to sort of heat up in the terms of competitiveness. It has been competitive. It is very, very close, and it is, technically competitive. But I would love to see one of these two teams, such as Maradona, such as HPJC, give it to Black Hawk Down / Team 24 1 week just to sort of see if they do bleed. And I think that's what I want to see. If we can see some sort of vulnerability, it sort of sets us up for a dramatic story, isn't it, through?
It does indeed, and I think just for the whole, a little bit of hope that these guys can be beat. They really have come in and stamped their mark on this open scene. We knew they were always going to be a good team. We saw that roster, and it's a fearsome set of 4, isn't it? You've got to be really careful coming up against these guys, but I don't think we quite thought they'd be this dominant against some of the other really good teams that we've got in this competition every single week. That said, Vascar, a little bit different. See how they play in these 2v2s. We know the 4v4s are very strong. We know the rotations are very quick from Team 24, but this map's it's a little bit more difficult to kind of manage. Crisis opening with a very good kill. Make that 2. We'll see this hill go the way of Maradona. What's happening on the other side of the map, though? Looks like Marco and his teammate have just backed up a little bit. I don't mind this from them. They knew the fight was going the right way the other end of the map over at the tank side, and they've just decided that for now we'll hold a little bit of map control. The problem is they're going to get crossed out. Well, Bouncers takes way too much damage there. Will go down. Good play, though. Marco. Coming in from Marco. Not able to quite get a kill just yet, and whiffs that one last kill. Crisis able to get a double kill, though, off the back of this. This should be very nice take for him on the A hill, but look at what's happening around the rest of the map. Team 24 just full control. We're locking that double cap.
Been good here. Team 24 in round number 1. We know Vascar can be a bit of a strange one. Big fight going on over towards B, though. Crisis just looking to lock in this side of things. Aims at Koda, looking like they are going to find the kills over towards the tank. And they do so. And coming in for them, and fight continues, and the team scored the way of Maradona. Right now, they ain't scoring a single point. No domination about to take on through, as B is very much under the control of Maradona, and they will lock that one in, but C and A. Team 24. All I said, we talk about their ability to push forward and be aggressive and just find the kills and get their heads down. Very much a team who are strong at Vazgar, which is a bit more about that rotation, outsmarting your opponent at times, making sure you're picking the right fights. Right now, though, Maradona are going to get something back. 8 in their pocket as Team 24 dwindled in numbers somewhat. Still the lead for Team 24, though, but the win condition with Maradona. 40 seconds to go here. Marco going to back on down. Looks like Team 24 have A in their sights. Crisis is down as well. Marco now going to try and defend. There will be a monumental amount of Team 24 players pushing towards him, so if you can find anything, that would be great. But the rest of his team doing a great job as well. Crisis find a kill and make a push over towards B now to stop Cougars getting a hold of it. Already has done, but domination could tick in here for Maradona.
Good play across the board, really, from Maradona. Got the hill count, got the pressure. Been a long, long round. Both teams reaching that 200 mark, but Little Bounce is putting up a bit of a performance. We saw Marco in those 1v1s as well, doing really well. Works out for Maradona. They've done well. They found the opening fight as well down at the tank. Really good. And look at Crisis go. I mean, you know, we've got to mention that. 1 round in, 8 kills, no deaths. Looking fantastic.
Some effort. Some effort. Let's see what's going to be put down, though. Anything to influence? I doubt this early. Voltox either side is the likely story. Good play by Maradona, though. Get themselves around on the board early, but if you remember rightly, Free, on Asylum, they won the first round there and didn't win one after, so.
Yes, I do remember. Might be old, but it's not that long ago, and yeah, you're right. It's it looks good, doesn't it? First round for Maradona each time, but just need to be able to do something after that, and this time around, it's a 1v1 down in the tank. Crisis trying to find a kill here. Gonna get absolutely battered, though, by Marsh. Emote coming out.
I mean, surely not.
Over the other side. I mean, that's the reply for you. 30 seconds.
As quick as you're likely to see, to be honest with you. For side of Team 24. I mean, what do you say about that? I mean, that's just a bit simple, isn't it?
It's way too simple. Yeah, 2 fights essentially, isn't it? I mean, Crisis. Yeah, he's 8-0 in the first round. You think he's on fire. You say, okay, you go play that 1v1. We've got faith in you to win that. Don't worry about it. And then pretty much gets handled by Marsh. Team gets absolutely wiped on the other side as well. That's a momentum killer. You know, you get a good first round in, you've played really well, and then to basically not be allowed. Yeah, you get walloped. You know, you're not allowed to play at all in that second round. It's definitely demoralizing, and you know, Maradona, they need to come back strong into this third round here. Put the pressure on. Flashbangs are going to go out. Payne's made a pretty poor attempt at hitting his opposition with his, but has moved around a little bit. Back A misses. Crisis is going to go down, takes way too much damage from that Retro Lancer, and now Payne's in a rough spot here as well. A lot of damage coming down. Crisis gets taken out. Team 24 looking strong in this engagement here. Can Payne's find anything? I don't really think so. Good distancing here from the side of Team 24. Marsh and his kind of co-pilot there, just playing the distances, playing the damage. It's exactly what they should be doing at this point, and now Marsh in a little bit of an overlook there, just checking out what's going on, seeing where the rotations are. Besides, best bet here is to go back and defend the B hill.
Back on down. Let's see which way this one goes, though. Team 24 in a good spot. Marsh now going to push on ground, looking for a push over towards A to help his teammates out, who are mostly dead, actually. 2 go down. Dragons is the only one surviving. Marsh now trying to decap over towards A, but good movement by Maradona, has to be said. Make a move over towards C when they need to. Marsh going to drop here as well, maybe baited into it. Dragons will probably follow as Payne's is there. But in the final couple of shots, A now going over towards Maradona, but C is going to trade hands. Team 24 will get a hold of their home hill. It's going to be about this push over towards B. Bounces is here. Striker's putting down the damage whilst he waits, and his teammates coming up off a respawn. But Striker's is going to back on down. It seems as if A is the more likely target here.
Yeah, you're going to see the crossfire coming from the middle. Just means that Maradona really can't sit in an aggressive kind of situation here. They have to back off. They have to go all the way back to the steps, and it means it's a really easy decap, quite honestly. Really well played by Team 24. They set that up well, and now they've got control over A. The other duo will start to rotate round towards the B side. Jumping over there, looking on board with Strikers. It's taken out by Bouncers. Nice play by him. Pretty strong in these 1v1 situations, yeah, and comes back through with a little bit of support for Crisis there, as a lot of kills going the way of Maradona. The rotation's going to come around now again, but Maradona, they're trying to just stop the bleed a little bit here on these two hills. Very similar in terms of points. If Crisis can get this kill, that'll be huge. Just get one, we'll be able to get the clean up as well. Yeah, really nicely played. Team, though, they're losing the A hill. This is what I said earlier. You know, you can't have no hills capping up. Even if you're still alive, even if you win in the fights, it's a bad spot to be in. Yeah, Maradona doing really well. Should be able to lock this one in.
Tell you what though, they've left C completely, but there's just going to be Marsh all alone to try and defend here. Oh, gets good shots into Pains, but can't quite clean them up. Oh, he manages to find the last one, but Marco is going to be there. Should be cog team win condition. Swarm and 10, not going to be enough, but it will be locked in. Maradona, 2-1 now. Already doing better than they were doing on Asylum, so that's a positive at least. But Team 24, that I think, you know, it's that initial gunfight that they lose after C is capped up, after the respawns come through. They had somebody else over there helping Marsh out, but couldn't manage to survive. If that's a 2v2, it maybe goes in a different direction, because Marsh actually downed 2 of them.
Yeah, it was almost a really, really good play by Marsh there. I mean, you know, he put everything on the line, really, to try and get those kills, those downs, and had he not have had 2 more players bearing down upon him, quite easily have turned that. But good rotations from Maradona. You know, they played that well. Won the fights they needed to win. 2-1 now. Crisis in a 1v2 this time around. Has to back out. If he goes down, that's unfortunate. He spotted the 2v1 just a little second too late. Just get taken out. Sentry's not going to connect either. Both sides do whiff.
Cup. Hold here as Team 24 do threaten a domination for a second, but that's quite a lot of bodies dropping for Maradona. It is looking like it's going to go back over towards Team 24. Marsh can't do much about C, you say that? Crisis is going to go down. Bounces should be quick enough. So when shoes on, he's going to go down. The team should be there to elongate this round, as Marco is going to find one. Can they find the second as well? Yep, Strikers will fall. Team 24 will not get the domination. Cougars has maybe stayed around a little bit too long as well, as Pains is going to find him. Now it's a free route through to A. Off the respawn, Team 24 may able to defend that. Dragons just chops away at the legs of Crisis and will be in.
That's an unfortunate one there. Both players hitting full spreads, but by virtue of Dragons shooting slightly later, he gets the kill, and you know that's the difference, right? Just a couple of units of distance, and difference between kill and full red. Shots by Marco there. Good kill. Marsh is out. Cougars is out as well on the opposite side. 2v4 situation for a few seconds now. Rice is getting pushed up by, this is brazen by Strikers, decides that he's going to push forwards, but in the end, Pains should be able to clean this one up. Be able to get the revive as well. Lots of points in Team 24's favour.
Yeah, that was the thing. They picked up about, what was it, about 110, 120 point lead towards the beginning, which is kind of allowing this little bit of sloppiness to slip on through here. They need to kind of win this fight. Maradona pushing the issue here. The win condition was with them though, yet they continue to push forward. 24 now. Can they find the kills on the backside of this one? If Marco can even find anything yet, it'll be a bonus, but 2 of them are going to push. Marco will be dead. Now to race towards C and of course B. How much stock do they put in towards C though? Team 24, 2 members over there. Dragons in the middle. The free B capture. Swarm will dominate in a few seconds. C fights are being won. Nobody next to B. That's a domination. Just like that. Team 24. Get round number 4. 2-2 now.
Good round from them. Just building up that point lead. Strangling out their opposition. Curious to see what comes in next. We've got those 2 incendiaries on the board already. Would love Cougars to play something right in the middle of that crater, just to see our teams play for it, you know? I think it'd be kind of interesting, but looks like it's going to be the Boltox going down. Building up to probably another shot grenade in a few rounds' time. Awaiting that potential round 9.
Back and forth between these two. Neither really able to establish total control, are they? It's like they find a few, but it's just that last player causing problems to deny the potential domination. But Maradona are going to lock in the initial control, and Team 24 will take it back in Sen. How good is this going to be? He's obviously changed up. That's maybe he's a little bit overzealous from Marco there. He's never really going to find a great deal with that from that distance. Team 24 able to back on down and recuperate. They have a hold of D, they have a hold of F, and well, it looks like E is potentially in their sights. Maradona may just back on up to defend this here and then make a push out. Marco very weak on the transition over.
Both teams just making their rotation now. Trying to push round into their opposition spawn here. Look at this. As far as the push goes, they know no one's dead yet, so they can make this play. This is open real estate that can be fought over. Bounces is going to be the first one to go down here. Will get taken out. That's on the opposite side of the map. That means there's going to be a flank coming through the middle here. It has to be quick for Maradona. They've got one, but Haynes gets traded out, and now the support is coming through. Cougars gets one. Cougars looking for a second. Isn't able to get Marco. Marco gets out. Skin of his teeth. He's going to try and back himself down towards the tank. He's going to take it out by Marsh. Kind of easily won there. A little bit of a misroll coming through from Marco doesn't help matters, and Team 24 find themselves in a good spot once again with 2 hills and a healthy point lead.
He's being chased down by his former teammates, and he will clean that up as well as Crisis comes on through. Dragon's shotgun just seems to do a little bit extra damage, I swear to God. The range that this guy finds kills from sometimes with the Nasher is not quite questionable, but it's very, very solid. Haynes now gonna have to come up with something a little bit special momentarily. The last guy alive for his team. Swaddling condition is there nonetheless. It's a 100-point lead, and if you're Maradona, well, you need to see that kill feed light up in the opposite way that it has done. As that domination ticks on through, Team 24 take the lead for the first time in this map. 3-2 now.
This is where it starts to get a little bit scary. If you're Maradona here, you want to keep Team 24 behind you, right? You want to keep them out of that leading spot, that leading position, because as soon as they do, they run away with it. It's so difficult to come from behind against a team like this, and you always want to give yourself the kind of most opportunities, I guess, to beat them as possible. So we will see. Retros go down. Something being hovered here. Oh, Maradona. It's going to be the long shot going down over at the helicopter. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one. I'm not sure I agree on the placement. You've put it on the side, which is quick to the dual power weapons or the dual support weapons of Team 24. They've also got the high side. It's very, very difficult to play for. Maradona are going to try and push up a little bit, take a little bit of this balcony control, but there's the damage coming through. Incendiaries are pretty much useless from Maradona. The one from Team 24 is very good, though. Long shot in hand of Cougars now. And over on the other side, it's Marsh against Bouncers once again. Marsh has had the upper hand in this fight for the most part. Will have the upper hand again here. He and his team take a 4-2 lead now, just one round away from sweeping this grand final.
Yep. Just seem like levels above at this moment in time. I think you're right, though, to question the place from Maradona. That does not make things easy for themselves. Great in this scenario. They do have that upper side towards the rivals. It does make things a lot easier at that fight. Drop shot down a tank. That's going to be coming out from Maradona. That does mix things up a little bit.
Absolutely. It does mix things up a little bit, but, you know, teams are going to put more stock in the drop shot than anything else, really.
Team 24.
That said, though, yeah, you do see Maradona with 3 members over this side. Team 24 decide go 2-2 split. Good kills coming through from Maradona. Other side as well, we're seeing a victory. This is a really good round from Maradona. They're going to go for that drop shot. They've got the sniper rifle as well. If I'm Crisis, I'm starting to make that rotation. My teammate's there to cap the hill. You can get some headshots maybe coming through. Oh, but the cleanup crew is here. Team 24 looking good on the rear take.
It's going to find the second on the Dragons. Not quite. Dragons will be overextending over towards E. F is the only spot for Maradona to survive in this round. They will be able to jump on. Looking towards the power weapons zone. Nothing on the side of Team 24 either. Everything must have been backpacked or lost, and that's a miss roll from Pains. Oh, she's going to catch him out, and then the second comes through as well. Isn't going to be allowed to find bounces. The rest of the team are here, but Marco's done well to get the meat shield. Can he wiggle his way out of this one? Nope. Very, very dead. Strikers will find the kill. I don't know if Maradona are close enough. Pain's just about. Flash going to come on through. Maybe one last hope for them to try and get back into this game. The points are quite close if they can find a way out of this one, but the first kill coming through for Strikers. Pains is going to find the second, though. Dragged it up one apiece, and Pains finds another. A little bit of magic we said they're sometimes lacking is there this time around. It's the break over towards E as well, and that win condition, I'll tell you what. We'll go over towards Maradona.
Well, indeed. You got to question the movement there. Actually, a little bit of team fire coming in on the side of Maradona. That's just, you know, a little bit of awareness, but in the end, the kills come through. They found a couple of nice downs there, and a little bit of pressure on the map, but oh, Marco falls, and now this is bad times, as there is the domination potentially ticking in around the map. Team 24, they have to fight these fights. They have to get these hills back. Scoreboard is now bang even, 160 apiece. Both teams definitely have just to play for. Bouncers trying to find something, but some good backing up there. The Swarm domination is going to tick for just a second.
Cougars sacrifices F in the favor of the drop shot, which with a 2-cap makes a lot of sense. I'll rotate around, figure out where's the best spot for him to be in to help his team out. Well, this very, very powerful weapon. Marco going to go down to Strikers. Pain's going to drop as well. Not too sure if that's been cleaned up though. Crisis actually wins a gunfight over towards D side, which is looking like it's actually going to go over towards Maradona by the looks of things. Although Pains drops. Dragons, can he find a second as well? Doesn't need to. Drop shot comes through from Cougars. Nice. In the back pocket, if you like. That's a deep drop shot. Tell you what, it wasn't far off Marco either. That would have been spectacular. Strikers is going to go down towards F, but is it going to matter? It is not. Team 24. 5 in a row here in Europe. Number 6 belongs to them as well. Fantastic stuff from them. Black Hawk down, Team 24. Get it done. Once again, 2-0 in the grand finals. They are very much above and beyond the rest of Europe right now, and showing it here in the EGL Open Series.
They are indeed a dominant performance once again. So good from Team 24, and you know they're looking like the team to beat every single week, aren't they? They just don't have a flaw. You know, there's only HPJC that can really, you know, find any little chink in that armor, but even still, it's a little nick. They walk on, they go to the grand final, and they absolutely batter Maradona. It's a really good performance from them once again. Nothing really to say other than absolutely fantastic from Team 24.
Yeah, just dominant from them. Fantastic stuff from Team 24. Let's have a look at the bracket to see how they found themselves in that grand final. It was a little bit of a different route this week. FR team were the first ones on the chopping block in the round of 16, then the Teletubbies. After that, the Teletubbies have a little bit of an upset to find themselves in that spot. Then HPJC in the semi-final. Very, very close game between those two, which is bound to be the fight for the top of Europe. Team 24 definitely having the edge there, though, with a 2-1 win. And then against Maradona, 5-1, 5-2. Very, very convincing. Maradona, though, that's a few grand finals for them, and I think they'll be happy, you know, to be there. But where's that next step up? Where's that level up from them? That's what we want to see further down the line. The same has to be said for HPJC. What is the plan to beat this Team 24 squad for? It seems a difficult task.
It's those round nines. You know, HPJC, they push them to the wire every single time turn, and it is always coming down to those round nines. If they can just win a couple more and, you know, flip that first map on its head, they walk through with that, to be honest with you. They find a 2-0 victory. So it's one of those things where when it comes to crunch time, I have no doubt HPJC will be as prepared as they possibly can be for this Team 24 squad. Maradona, I think they've got a bit of a longer way to go, to be honest with you. I mean, that was pretty dominant from Team 24, and it just kind of crumbles down when it comes to the points. You saw the points for Team 24 throughout, always in the lead. You know, halfway point in the round, there's a really massive point deficit on the side of Maradona, and it's so difficult against a team this good to come back from that. And that's just from those opening fights. You know, you might win one fight, you might win that power weapon, but you can bet your home hill's gone already by the time you've realized, and that's what they're so good at. They're always putting pressure on you, and you know, a lot of teams can't deal with that pressure.
They really can't. It doesn't seem like anybody in Europe can at this moment in time. It's very much Team 24's will to play it. At this moment in Europe, it's just really dominant from them so far. We are seeing close games between themselves and HPJC, but other than that, it really does seem as if they are a level above. That is going to be 5 in a row from them. But once again, thank you to everybody who did turn out in this weekend's tournaments. 30 again, and on Valentine's Day, we were expecting a few less. Elliot Darko, the Prodigy, was like, oh, we're not going to get many this week. It's Valentine's Day. Don't be so stupid. Look at you all committed gamers. We love to see it from you. But once again, Fruit, thank you very much to yourself for coming to join me. It's your turn to get first rounded next week after Toby and Elliot have continued the trend. But once again, as I said, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you to everybody who did keep an eye on the stream and hang up with us on this Sunday evening, Valentine's Day. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next week for week number 7, same time, same place. See you then.